Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, October the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Hola, yes, hola. Okay, guys. So yeah, lots happening this morning. First of all, the SPY is going to be pretty weak. We're down 1% already, and we'll have to see if we have a recovery. But right now, the market is going to be opening weak in a weak fashion. So I have to see what happens going from here. So let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. Staff, STAF, big percentage increase, 151%. I don't see any specific news on it, but of course this one has been super active in the past. But anyway, staff, wow, man, oh man, it is really ripping now. Orgo, ORGO. Let's see, preliminary revenues. So they've released preliminary guidance now. It looks like it's coming into some pretty decent resistance around 460 for ORGO. This is not shortable for me. Just looking at the big red dot telling me it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. It's too bad. Looks like there'd be some pretty decent resistance up here for ORGO. Net. I don't see any specific reason for net being down like it is. It's actually recovering quite a bit. FSLY though, that is down a lot. 28% FSLY. Guidance, revenue guidance is lower than expected. A lot has to do with TikTok. Look at staff, man, staff is just ripping here now. SPI. Yeah, that is, of course, ripping higher. So, yeah, I mean, not that long ago. It seems like I thought it was a lot longer ago, but it's not that long ago. This day here on the 23rd, so it's less than a month ago that it hit that crazy $47. Did have some news. It's an EV play, electric vehicle play. AMCX, so their Dutch auction, AMCX, down a little bit. Man, staff is just continuing, guys. ARMP. It had gapped up. Yeah, it's up 14%, not very much volume. HBP is up. I think they've, I don't know if it's unsolicited, but there's an offer, I think, at $4 for this company, HBP. So some earnings plays. Alcoa released this morning. I'm sorry, they released after hours yesterday. And weak, very weak. So it's probably going to drag down. Let's take a look at what CENX is doing. The aluminum stocks will probably be hit today, but Alcoa is weak on earnings. EIGR is a virus play. EIGR is a virus play. And I think it was through the 200-day moving average. At least it was. At one point it was. There it is, 1020. And but it is now down below the 200-day moving average. EIGR. Cars. Another one. This is all revenue guidance. You know, giving these numbers ahead of when they officially release. So cars, and it has a couple of upgrades. I saw an upgrade to $11 for cars, CARS. UAVS. Man, staff is just, I didn't anticipate this. We've seen this before, but usually it kind of gives it up. But this is just ripping here. STAF, I don't see any specific reason. I'm looking for some kind of a headline, but I don't see it. I know the job numbers came out again today, but Sleep Number, SNBR, is an earnings play. Now, it was up quite a bit at release earnings after hours, but it is really fading now, SNBR, so it is still up, but it is fading, not very much volume yet. WBA, I have it listed here. It's an earnings play, but it is, it is really giving it up. I mean, it was it was up to $38, down to $36 now. It's almost flat. Released earnings pre-market. Okay, so job and staff. Okay, so job and staff. I don't think I've seen job before. It's a low float, 14 million in the float. So job and staff. Well, and keep an eye on job. I mean, I'm assuming it's employment. So yeah, job and staff and Volt, another one. So these employment, temporary help services, employment agencies. So job could easily piggyback a little bit on staff. I don't think job is as well known, but look at the volume today for staff, 17 million. So it's already, it's almost tripled the float in terms of volume. And SPAC, this Bill Pfister. So yeah, I just had a pop. So this is their merging. This is a SPAC. It is a SPAC. It is merging with the company that Bill Pfister controls. So we are just getting started in earnings season. United Airlines had earnings. No big overreaction. I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting much. And APHA, don't think I mentioned, APHA actually had earnings also. Pretty decent gap down on earnings for APHA. Guys, remember yesterday in the room, I was talking about MGI. Everybody took that one right at the very end. We finally broke out a little bit, but a 15% gain. 15% gain. All right, 9:13. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. The percent calc to Halta stock, I believe it's 10%. I believe it's 10%, but it has to be 10% in a certain time period, but I could be wrong. So let me just quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Well, I think there's, to me anyway, there's resistance, but I can't short it. Orgo is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's not just hard to find, it is the big red dot. No shorts available, not shortable. Which is too bad because, I mean, just look right there. I mean, lots of resistance at 460. But all right, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. So we have a few more upgrades than we have downgrades. So let's take a look at them. I see that cars. Here's a couple of upgrades for that cars. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in. It's interesting that you guys can short that Orgo, and Interactive Brokers is basically saying not shortable, as if they want to steer you clear of it. Bunch of downgrades for that Fastly, FSLY. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, give me a couple of minutes here. Just have to do a couple of things before I get focused again. Okay, so jobs. That's going to be really interesting to see if it can really piggyback on staff. It has a, it's not a large float, 14 million, about 2.5 times this staff's float, I think, 6 million, yeah, so 2.5 million, 2.5 times. There's a big pullback. Not wrong. There's jobs and there is job. You guys, okay, let me do an audio check. Can you guys hear me? Audio good? You guys can see my screen? You guys can see my screen also? Okay. So Jimmy, you can't hear me. All right, so there's the refresh right up here. You guys can't, well, you can't hear me, but drag it there. There it is. No idea why that happens. Okay, and take a look at NIO here. It's still holding. There was a tremendous day yesterday on that JP Morgan big boost for the China automakers, especially NIO. It's still holding. The market is falling, but NIO is still holding tough. Well, I mean, is it still a swing? I mean, I still have it. It hasn't. I mean, this is up to you, right? Remember now, this is in the demo, okay? My stop is down here. I mean, in the demo, because you have to put a wider stop, so it hasn't even come close. Yeah, you have to, what time is it? 9:20? Yeah, you have to do it manually. I mean, I don't know, but if there's a shortcut. Did I see what happened to Fusely? Yes. Or Fastly? Yes. basically their guidance. Yeah, there's no shortcut. I mean, the only way you can do it is, you right click, you collaborate, and you copy. Or vice versa. I'm doing it this way, and then you create a new alert window. There's no shortcut. You know how to do this. You know how to do it the manual way. Oh, that is faster? Oh, okay. Okay. So then you open a new alert window. I'm just doing it the other way. I mean, it's the same if you wanted to go from alert to top list. And then load the settings, say okay. Okay, and then right click, and you just reverse collaborate and paste. Okay. So you collaborate, open the new window, and then paste. Collaborate and paste. So yeah, it is a little simpler. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch. All right, guys. So let's see. I don't have very many stocks in my watch list today. So I'll have to see what happens. But if you do want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Watch List, Barry's Watch List right there. You'll get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, which is fine as long as you save your layout to the cloud first. You don't want to spend a lot of time creating a layout, forget to save it, and then click on something, and then you'll lose your layout. So you don't want to do that. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you click on anything from the channel bar. And we'll start getting some alerts in this window, probably right at 9:30. Nothing in this window, these 2 windows, until at least 9:45. I put a delay. Interesting day, to say the least. See what happens with the market. See if we have my favorite day. Favorite day is a nice big gap down at the beginning and then a recovery all day long. What happens then is we start to see a lot of interesting bounce plays, stocks that are beaten up not for any specific reason other than the market is down, and if the market starts to recover, those sort of stocks will recover alongside. EIGR is still strong here. It's just a new pre-market high for EIGR. It is a virus play, and so it is back through the 200-day moving average. Oh, I see. It didn't show up in mine because the volume was light, but TGNA, okay. Well, there's a big. There's the 200-day moving average. So what, as a short reel? There's the 200-day moving average, 1294. No. Okay, no. This is a pet peeve I've got now. I mean, I'm seeing it more and more. These companies, I mean, this has earnings on the 9th. And you know my whole thing about not wanting to hold a stock through earnings. I'm seeing a lot more companies, doing revenue guidances ahead of time. And, which is great, obviously, if you're long the stock and it does this. But, look at FSLY. I mean, FSLY is not due to release earnings officially until the 5th. But they've come out with poor guidance ahead of their official release. So I mean, you can really almost unfair. I just don't, because you just never know when that's going to happen. And I look at this, I mean, November 5th, I mean, that's 3 weeks away. So, I mean, I just don't quite get it, why they do this. All right, give me one moment, please. So cars, it's not a low float, 65 million in the float, but cars could be very interesting. A couple of upgrades. Again, they have pre-released also. Maybe a little choppy up here. If you know, if it can get through 10 though, you know, it has some room. So maybe what I'll do is just stick an alert up in this area. See if later on in the day it can take out that area. Alcoa continues to drift down. On earnings. So, I mean, there was the initial reaction. There's that mauve area here. They released after hours yesterday. So there's the initial reaction, but it is just getting creamed here. There might be some support around 11. There's another one that is gapping down right now, APPS. I don't see any specific reason. I think it's just the general market sell-off in the pre-market. Take a little closer look at this. So it's a big float. Big float, 217 million in the float for TGNA. But let's see. I mean, there's that 200-day moving average kind of right on top. It did pop right through it. It has come right back. Yeah, 40 seconds to the open. So let me just close these two down. Oh, Miss Emily. Yeah, this isn't the simulator, guys. Okay, you know, this is sort of testing a swing trade on this. Of course, yesterday it was up $400 or so, but I'm just going to let it run. All right, we are now open. You mean FSLY? Any thoughts? Not really. I mean, well, my thoughts are that I'm glad I wasn't holding this when they made this announcement, pre-releasing, guiding poor, blaming it on TikTok. Well, staff is still strong. STAF is still strong. Keep an eye on Job. Let's see, is Job going to follow suit here? All right, so the market is getting clobbered right off the bat here. SPY's down 45, Dow's down 300, Nas is, wow, the tech is taking a beating. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Well, staff is just ripping here. Job has not caught up at all. I'm going to put an alert at the high, the pre-market high for Job, just in case it takes it out. And there's another one. Volt is another one. Yeah, but staff is certainly leading the way in this sector. I'm watching this TGNA. Is it trading? Yeah, right now it's untradeable. I mean, 1211, 12, well, it was 1184, 1240. So spread is tightened up a little bit, 1211, 1222, a little bit. All right, SPI now is starting to give it up. You know, I saw Ballard and Plug, and well, I didn't see Plug so much. I saw Ballard this morning was down. And it's hard, yeah, a little recovery now though. So I bet so you're probably, well, I'm sure you're right. Plug is doing the same thing. There I am, BE. Another, so it looks like these Plug, BE, Fuel Cell, and Ballard, you know, kind of, they're not, well, let me see what Fuel Cell is doing. Fuel Cell is doing the same thing. Not really. Volume coming in though. I'm somewhat stunned by this move by staff because, you know, we've seen staff before. I mean, look at these moves before, but nothing like this. But I cannot chase it, so okay, NIO starting to drift down a little bit here. FUV is, you know, showing some strength here. Getting close to yesterday's high of 751. Still has some room. But I'm guarantee you, look at the volume. 45 million shares, guys, in a almost 7 million float. So you can do the math. It's about 6.5 times the float. Well, I'm anticipating a halt. If this keeps going, one more little pop. All right. Well, actually, look at Walgreens, WBA. Interesting. So it looked like it was actually going to go negative, and now it is bouncing. It's an earnings play. Now the market's putting in a nice, so far, a little green bar here. We're only 4 minutes in. All right, guys, keep an eye on Job. It is right at the high, the pre-market high. You know, it may just piggyback for a while, excuse me, for a while on staff. See if it takes it out again. This is where that similar tab comes into play here. I mean, there's staff obviously right at the very top. I don't know what happened to Job. It just disappeared. There it is. Boy, keep an eye on it in case if it gets. I mean, a lot of volume. Not the staff volume, but just keep an eye on it in case it pops through this again. Yeah, staff is okay. So staff, look what's happening with staff though. That's a big, on a percentage basis, that's a big drop, 334 down to 274. All right, so this is an interesting one. LI below 20 now. This is, of course, was a flyer yesterday along with the other Chinese auto stocks. Look at LI now. And fading fast. Took out 20 and starting to fade fast. Of course, there's really support is well, I mean, the next low looking left is 1850, so there's room for this one to really move down. But watch the market now. The market is was at 9:39, so another 6 minutes for this 15-minute candle to close. Stick an alert right around there. It's not quite the high in the pre-market, but I'm going to stick an alert for the SPY right there and see if we start getting just a nice recovery. Well, I would, if I had shorts available, I would keep seeing how well it's testing this. I mean, look what it did. It got right to almost to the penny. What, a 460, and this is 460. That is 460. That is 459. So almost right to the penny. I mean, I would, watch to see, if it struggles one more time. I mean, I suppose, again, this is not a recommendation, but, if you took the short right now as an example, you basically just put your stop right there. I mean, if it popped through there, then all bets are off. So you'd have about a dime stop on it. All right, cars is popping. CARS, again, preliminary guidance, revenue, projections, etc. And a couple of upgrades. One of the analysts said it put an $11 target on it. So keep an eye on cars, especially if it takes out that pre-market high. Good volume. It's not a low float, but they don't all have to be. But look at the relative volume, 24 times normal. I wonder if it's time to switch our bias reel on the TGNA. All right, here's an airline, Spirit Aerosystems, or airline sector. Okay, so where's the support here? So the next low looking left is about 1724 for SPR on that bottoming tail right there. Potential support. I'm not saying, it may not hold it at all. It's just one little candle down there on the daily, but all right, well, look at that bounce. 1978 back up to 2016. Actually got all the way up to 2027 for LI. So typically, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get these wild. I'm not saying this is a super wild move, but it's certainly a move that's why I don't like taking them. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Now, there's no guarantee, of course, after 15 that everything has settled down, but. I mean, look at Alcoa. I mean, Alcoa looked like it was going to Never Never Land here. 1139, right back up. So this is a nice. So this green candle on the SPY, bit of a rally here. Just when I think it's over. All right, guys, there's cars now at the pre-market high. Cars at the pre-market high. I still don't have very much of this left, but I'm amazed at the resilience of this is my swing IPOB. Okay, first 15 in the books now, and let's see if this can continue. A little red bar forming on the 15. So let's see what happens here. See if there's a second green 15-minute candle on the SPY. I'm keeping an eye on this SPR, see if this is just a momentary respite and a continuation down for SPR. Schwab is moving up here. Schwab. Now this HBP, it's a potential buyout at $4. So HBP, low float. Now you'll notice that the AI took a, that's why I don't like the ones at 935. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. And, it may come back. You know what I'm talking about. Look how whippy these things are. I mean, look at B. It had a nice run, and now it's, what did it get up to? $20, so a dollar drop just like that. BCLI, wow, underneath 15 now. Psychological number to get through. BCLI on the way down. Yeah, well done on that REPL. My goodness, if you held that. Okay, guys, cars, right at that pre-market high. A couple of upgrades, revenue guidance. BCLI continues down once it took out 15. It's just straight down. Maybe some support around 14. Really interested in cars, guys. All right, well, it took some, and 10 might be tough to get through. I'm in at 9. Well, I got a pretty good fill actually. Got on the way. Well, I don't know now. We'll have to see. I'm in at 967, so I'm a little underwater right now. All right, well, there's a SPY. So the SPY is now nice, nice little recovery so far. Well, look at Orgo, guys. I know those of you who are able to short it, it's looking pretty darn good now. All right, let me try to induce this one up a little bit. Yeah, it's had a rocky ever since its merger as a SPAC. A little bit of a recovery day yesterday. I know I keep talking about this one, but there's going to be a time where I'm going to take this IPOC as a swing. It's just not ready yet. Going to get out of the IPOB completely and into this one. It's just not ready yet. Look at that IPOB, man, oh man. See, I don't have that much left. I have enough that if it gets to 100, I'll be fine. I'll be happy. But here's a little one, FRSX on the move here. FRSX through the 200-day moving average, guys. So it's a pretty choppy looking daily chart. It looks a little better on the weekly. Probably some resistance up here around 150. All right, well, this one is still doing well. Again, some resistance probably right around 8 for FUV. I doubt if it's going to 45, Amy. Yeah, I mean, this is not quite an all-time high. I guess 46.24 or 46.62 is an all-time high. I guess it was yesterday. So it's almost an all-time high for REPL. All right, well, cars is, I don't know, it's taking its time. I think 10 is going to be tough for it to get through, but just waiting and seeing if it can just surge into the 80s anyway. One more. Kind of like that. Yeah, please don't short it yet, William. Well, the volume's coming in. The volume is good. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, NK. Haven't seen this one for a bit. NK. And look, it is room, guys. Over 10. That's 33 million, not a huge float. NK, it has room up into this area here, $11. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. And I saw that one in the pre-market. It had a very strange look to it. The GRFS, very, very strange. Had some good volume, pretty good volume, but just a strange looking 5-minute and 2-minute. All right, guys, listen, taking some, well, am I going to do it right now? Yeah, okay. Out some at 984, okay, just in case it cannot get through 10 for the cars. Okay. All right, I'm sticking an alert for NK at around 1017. Yeah, nice move for NIO now. What did it get down to? Got down to 25.76. So there's a $2 move for NIO. Yeah. I'm just getting kicked here. BE. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the cars. I just don't like the way it's trading, so I'm all out. I may take a look at it again if it gets back up. So a little bit of profit on the last bit. I'm glad I got out at most of it at 984. I was kind of worried that it wouldn't get through 10. Number one. Okay, looking at NK. So NK doesn't look like it's going to take that out. So take a pass on that. So again, I got a word on this, okay? That's why I really don't like these really early alerts. Sometimes they work, okay? But, I like to see things settle down. And I looked at that alert for the AI on the AI for staff. You know, it's just too early, in my opinion. Sometimes it works, but I've just seen time and again it doesn't work. So boy, that's been wild. Also, I mean, look at. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, look at these moves here. WBA in the pre-market. Market opens. Now it's starting to slide. It's still up. And I do see that cross on deck as real as talking. Now, I have it. I have it here at 37.49 in the 2 minute. But you're saying it's on deck. I have it already. Boy, car is just really got thumped here. Glad I got out of that. All right, well, FRSX is still kind of through the 200-day moving average, relatively low float, 23 million in the float. And I just don't see it having a ton of room. I mean, it looks a lot better on the weekly chart, maybe getting to 150, but to me, it's just a little too choppy on that daily chart. HPP is getting closer to that 4. This is where what I read something about some company wanting to buy them. Interesting, because if you look earlier on in August, this Mill Road Capital offered $2.75 a share. Now they've upped it to $4. Wow, NIO is just unstoppable now. So remember, JP Morgan put a $40 price target on them. Gotta say, that's a kind of a crazy move for cars. And of course, JMIA is doing its thing, up, down, chopping around. Well, I don't think we're going to have to worry about NIO going back to the target, the entry price of entry target of 22. NIO is the trade of the week. Probably going to be one of the most successful ones. Yeah, I was a little surprised, real, only because of where the 200-day moving average was. I'm thinking, my bias, but you talked me out of it. My bias was definitely short on this one, but let's see what happens. I mean, let's see if it rallies at all. I mean, right now, so they've guided, and so this is just slightly over yesterday's close. I mean, I may be wrong about this. I mean, I may just pop right through, and maybe the weekly chart is a better one to look at with this FRSX, but this daily chart just kind of bugs me a bit. But great volume, 5 million shares, 25 times normal, FRSX. Aegis Capital initiates coverage on Foresight with a price target of sure, why not? A price target of 250. So is this like an all networks broadcast, like a broadcast to the nation, or is this sort of an impromptu deal that he's doing? Okay, thank you, Fox Business. All right. As I say, Real, you should consider using the pre-market data. It seems to me every time you talk about a cross as imminent, it's already happened when you include pre-market data. I know what you're going to say. I know, I understand, I get it, but every time when Real says it's imminent and I'm looking, well, it's already happened here, so I don't know. No, I took offense. All right, so this one is firing here. MDRX, wow, what a move from the 5 minute, 2 minute. So it's at yesterday's high. Ooh, boy, so this is shortable. Just look at this move for MDRX. You would think there's a next high looking left on the weekly chart. Looks like it's right around 15, or sorry, 13. How about saying 12? So it's 1181. Just looking to see if there's any specific reason for this one. I have earnings on the 29th, so a couple of weeks from now, but I don't see any specific reason for MDRX's rip here. Look at that monthly chart. I mean, you would think there's some resistance getting very, very close to MDRX. There's some upgrades, okay. I still think that this is going to, right there, I mean, there's a ton of, looks like there's a lot of resistance right around there for MDRX. What's the market doing? Okay, so now the market is starting to fade again. Meanwhile, FRSX is just not wanting to stop, not listening to me. All right, well, there it. But my. Oh, shoot. I missed my short. I missed my short on MDRX. Sugar. Yes. All right, so SSL, so it's showing up here. It will not show up on the watch list up here because it would have to take out that. Well, I mean, I guess anything is possible. It would have to take out yesterday's high. So this was I had a short bias on this, but SSL is trying to recover here. Guys, I'm actually very stunned by this move on cars. With a couple of upgrades, pre-releasing, it all looked pretty good. I mean, I did okay on it, but for I would have thought maybe it would hold around 960, 950. I'm kind of stunned at this move, to be honest. Not really. Meanwhile, Nio just continues here. I was looking to see if they announced a financing or something. I'm talking about cars. Oh, that is ugly, guys. Staff is really ugly now. Job, yeah. So they're both fizzling badly. JOB and we have an IPO, I guess. EBC. It just EBC just started. Let me make sure that is an IPO and who's behind it. It doesn't look like it's an IPO. I don't know what this is. Eastern Bank Shares. I don't see it listed here. So I'm not sure what the story is on this EBC. I'm at nothing now, other than my I still have my little bit of my swing left, IPOB. The only thing I had this morning was cars, and luckily my instinct was okay on it, and thinking it might struggle to get through 10, so I was able to take some out. And then as it started to drift down, I got rid of the rest before it took its big drop. I don't understand. EBC. Can anybody figure this one out? I don't see that it's an IPO. I don't see that it's a SPAC. Is it a symbol name change, maybe? Maybe it was another. Well, it is an IPO. It's priced at $10 a share, which is very SPAC-like, but it's just not listed on my IPO calendar. But it seems that $10 a share, that's been the SPAC price. Oh, absolutely, the dreamer. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Yeah, I know. I saw that. That's what influenced me somewhat, Frank, on the cars. But all right, APHA, big level for it to get through was $5, guys. So this is an earnings play. Mutual to stock conversion. Okay, thank you. Well, I actually tried to short some at 94. I couldn't get a fill. It's down over 10%. They wouldn't fill me there. I went in at the bid, hung there for about five to 10 seconds. Wouldn't fill me. Maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. I'm talking about the APHA. Let's take a look at the marijuana or cannabis index. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it just can't really. I mean, it got going for a while. How's Sorrento doing? Sorrento was gapping down pre-market. SRNE. Yeah, it's kind of recovered a bit. Choppy. Look how choppy this is. Is the a run from these charts. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, HBP getting closer to that $4 target that they've offered. Yeah, try it again. Could not get the APHA. There's, the shorts are available. Don't get it's just that with this uptick rule, they're not wanting to fill me at the bid immediately, and I'm not going to chase it. So, c'est la vie. So this is even setting up as a cross maybe. The MDRX, I'm looking at that 8 EMA starting to curl down a little bit. The 20 SMA starting to ramp up a little bit. So we might actually get an official cross. Oui, je fais de mon mieux de parler français. CTB, let's take a look at that. Well, CTIB, I was looking at, and it is shortable. Yeah, it is shortable. Okay. Hey. A little happy four-legged customer right here. Well, here's one that is giving it up. ADAP underneath 8. What sort of room does it have? Maybe not that much. 750 or so. All right, watching the CTIB reel, seeing what it does right around 2, 196, 197, bid ask. Let's see. I think so. I think I saw that one. Ari. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. It has a big one too. Lot of shares. 47.5 million. The projected price is 22. We're raising over $1 billion. Some big guys behind it. Goldman, J.P. Morgan, Guggenheim, Morgan Stanley. So it's a big IPO, guys. And that's I don't know when it's going to happen. In case, I'm just going to put a price alert. So that's what you can do. I mean, it may show up in the house resumes, and that's typically what happens, but just in case it doesn't, if you're interested to know exactly when it opens, just put the symbol in and just put just put the price alert. You know, I mean, it's going to open in probably 2022 or greater. So, you know, you can put a price. I'm talking about ARRI. So just put a price alert way below. So when it opens, your price alert window will pop right on your screen. The IPO website, the one I use anyway, is right here. Okay, now you're on the calendar, okay, the calendar portion. So if you just back up, you'll get, these are all the past ones. And then if you click on calendar, then you're going to see the upcoming ones. So again, there's the ARI right there. It is, I know. I was waiting for you to remind me of the dreamer. Well, Okay, well there's okay. MDRX actually it looks like it wants to ramp up a little bit here. Some volumes coming in. So first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome. This is a room is like this Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you click on the Scans tab, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing right here. You can also access those scans from the Room Drive icon. Click on the Room Drive icon right up here. And scans that I share. If you click download, it'll go to a Word document, and then you can just take a look, more or less at your leisure. And you can, if you see something you like, you just have to copy the link. Once you've copied the link from your toolbar, file load from cloud, if you've copied it, the link should appear here. If for some reason this is still blank, just paste the link in and then load it. Then it'll be on your screen. As always, if you do decide you want to keep it, or even if you want to modify it, make sure you save the scan to the cloud. Just right click, save or share to cloud, save, okay? Okay, so I want to now just talk a little bit about our subscriptions. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, you're going to see all this up here. Or I put it up here just in case people don't want to click for whatever reason on my homepage link, but there is the promo code. But if you do click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page here, and there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans available. We have a premium annual and a standard annual. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. So for not a great day, I'm going to go over the AI. Again, I don't like those early morning ones. The short could still be in play, but I'll go over the AI in a little bit. But that is the big reason, I mean, the difference between premium and standard. There are some other differences, but the big reason for people taking our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI. Now, you don't have to have an annual plan. You can go monthly. Standard monthly is $118, less the 15%. Premium is $228, less the 15%. And remember, that discount's only good for the first month. These are not contracts. It's just month to month. You can cancel at any time. If you decide you do want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual plan, we'll honor that 15% promo code. My link also has the trade of the week. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And of course, this week's trade of the week was spectacular in IO. The trigger was 22. You know, obviously benefited greatly yesterday from JP Morgan being very bullish on the China automotive industry and especially NIO with a $40 price target. So you can get the trade of the week. You just have to click here and sign up for it. And that is sent again Monday morning before the market opens, usually about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Just check your inbox. I do a daily market, a trading room recap. I usually do it around 1 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for it right there. All of the training, etc. And I do want to put this one link in on its own, the 20 short lessons. How do you go to my homepage? Just click on the link, Jimmy. You know, see where it says Barry's homepage? Click on the link. Yeah, just give me a moment here. Okay, so those 20 short lessons, if you're new to trade ideas, I would really encourage you. You can, there it is, the 20 short lessons, and how to create a top list. What is it? What's an alert window? How to create one, etc. All the basic features are covered here. And if you don't have trade ideas, you can also take a look and just sort of see, again, these are the basic features that we have. And then the daily support sessions in the concurrent YouTube feed. So I monitor the YouTube feed between 9 and noon Eastern Time. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. And then I resume from 1 to 3. I take a break in this room between 12 and 12:30, so it's an opportunity for you to go to the YouTube feed and hear what one of the other traders has to say. There's the free trading room. Of course, you're already in it. Daily webinars. The webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. They are all archived. More educational videos are here. And trading books and documents. So all that is available from my home page. Now I do want to talk about the AI, and then I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened last night. Once the market closed, these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. They've sort of relaxed a little bit the requirements. It's not that we're getting a lot more alerts, but they've relaxed some of the requirements. That's why we're seeing more strategies making the cut. It's not showing a huge increase in the number of alerts we get, which is great. So this is my recommendation for how to watch the AI in action. From the toolbar, click on New, and where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. And this is the window. Now, if for some reason this doesn't say all, it says Grail, it means you're in a previous version of Trade Ideas, all right? But all you have to do is when you have this window up, just right click on Segments, and check All. And then you'll see all of the alerts as they come in during the day. You'll have an entry price, of course it's a real-time entry price. You'll have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. What I would do once you have this window, I would just incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. So you have a layout, have the window up, and then when you can save your layout, and then when you load your layout tomorrow, that window will be up and running, so you don't have to do it every day. Okay, now I want to talk about the Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. You access Brokerage Plus from the toolbar. This is not available with the web-based version. So from the toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus, and here is your Brokerage Plus window. You can use Brokerage Plus right now in one of two ways. If you have an interactive broker's account and you want to trade your account using this Brokerage Plus window, you connect to your interactive broker's account, and I'm going to pop in a video that shows you exactly how you can do all that. Okay, that video will explain how you can create things like one-click trading. Notice how I've right-clicked on an alert, trade. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. So if you get an alert, you click on it, and you like what you see, you can pick how you want to trade it very, very easily. Okay? And all that is covered in that Brokerage Plus intro video. It's all covered, Jimmy. Have you watched the video? It's all covered there. Now the other way to use it Well, okay. I mean, you have to. It depends if you have a limit offset. You know, you have a limit. It's right here. I just pop. Okay. Are you not seeing all this? I mean, I just popped the link there. But anyway, I just popped it underneath. Now, the other way to use Brokerage Plus, and this is I highly encourage that if you're new to trading, again, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. So you can use our Brokerage Plus window. You just connect to the simulator, paper trader simulator, whatever you want to call it. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. And it's very simple to use. You click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. Now you notice here I've got this one. You can also use this for practice swing trading. You know, I took this a couple of days ago. And 1248, my stop is down. My stop is down here at 1080 or so. Remember, it's a swing trade. So now at one point I was up yesterday about $300 or $400 in it, you know, but it is a swing trade. So again, I'm practicing. I'm just showing you how you can use it. If you take a trade today and you don't close it out by the end of the day, it'll carry over. So this is how you can practice swing trading also. So APHA. And again, I could not get it. I could not get it. I was trying to get it at, I think I started at 494, went down to 492. I think I even tried at 490. But again, that uptick rule, they just would not fill me. Ah, there's a cross, guys. Little cross for the MDRX right there at 42. I know it's including pre-market data, but right there on the MDRX on the 2-minute chart. No, only interactive brokers. It'll never. I doubt very much we'll ever have it working with Questrade. We're trying to get other brokerages online. It's been a tedious process. So, you know, when people ask, I mean, you'll notice we've got E-Trade and TDA. It's been a tedious process to get them online. So I don't even bother talking about it anymore. When it happens, it happens. Yes, you have to go in, you have to limit order though, Jimmy. Pre-market and after hours, like any broker, okay? So you have to go in at a limit order, pick a price and go in at it, pre-market or after hours. Well, look, I've done it many times just to practice. I mean, you have to go in a limit order. You can't go in at market. Now, if it didn't take the order, it's just because, you know, it might have been another reason. You know, maybe the price was moving too quickly or something, but it definitely works. But you have to go in limit order. You have to pick a price to go in at. I mean, it just may be because, you know, depending what you're trying to do, it may be just, you know, moving too quickly. No, I'm talking simulator, okay? Are you talking about your real account, Calvin? Yeah, of course, I haven't tried that, so I'm very surprised that that won't work. Let me just do a quick check. Well, you don't have to enter a stop price. I mean, you should. You should have a stop. You don't have to enter one though. Cutis, I remember you from a while back. Yes, so stick collector. Let's I should reiterate this or emphasize this. Trade first of all, trade ideas as a scanner first and foremost. Okay, we do have this option or a feature called Brokerage Plus that if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually trade using this. Okay, not mandatory, absolutely not mandatory at all. We do have what we call an external linking tool. All right. The external linking tool for many platforms, including Questrade, means that when you click on an alert, instead of you're having to type in the symbol all the time, all day long, especially if you're clicking on many, many alerts, it'll automatically load into your broker's platform. And then you have to, you'll trade it from within your broker's platform. It's basically just a time-saving mechanism, all right? So you don't have to keep, if I saw this ORGO, I don't have to go to my broker's platform, type in the symbol. It'll link, okay? That's all that does. So it's not going to trade it. It's not going to do anything. If you happen to have an IB Interactive Brokers account, though, you can actually use this to trade, but it's not mandatory. Absolutely not mandatory. Well, you don't have to enter a stop price, Jimmy. We always talk about how you should have a stop, though. You don't have to enter one, not mandatory. Yeah, I mean, you can trade using the simulator in the pre-market. You just have to just limit orders. You can't go in. Yeah, sure. Let's say I take this Orgo, okay? I just take a couple hundred shares. What's the market? I'll buy it right at the market. Okay, so I just took 200 shares at the market. Now, if I look at the chart, maybe I'll put a stop at. Now, all this, you should be ahead of time. You should know where your stop is because that's going to dictate how many shares you're going to take. But I'll put a stop in at 450, and you see how it appears right on the chart. Okay, there's my stop at 450, right on the chart. Again, this is not mandatory that you see it, but I mean it's very highly visual, of course. So that now, if the stock went down to 450, it'll take you up for a $49 loss. Okay, you can also put a target. Add the target order if I want to put 5. Okay, and you'll see right there. So there it is, 5, right on the chart. So again. Stock price goes up to 5, it'll take me out for a $51 gain. If it goes down to 450, $49 loss. Again, I'm just demonstrating. You would not ever want to do this in a one-to-one. Risking basically, that's only a 1-for-1 risk reward. I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. At this point, if the trade starts working well, you can always move your stop up right on the chart. And if it starts working really well, of course, you can move your target up and down, wherever you want to do. This is just a visual way. But of course, you can manually, get out of a trade. You don't have to wait for this to happen. If you don't like the way it's trading, you can just flatten your trade. So I just got out of the trade. Okay, these are hotkeys, so that gets you out of half your trade. It flattens, gets you out of the trade, and this doubles your trade, doubles your position. Yeah, I don't know how to help you, Drawer. I mean, I've done it. I've done it. I just go, in a pre-market trade. You just have to go in. You have to go in at a limit price. Now, if something is moving so incredibly quickly, you may not be able to get it. That's the problem. But that's like every broker, okay? I believe, I may be corrected, but I believe that if you want to trade in the pre-market, it's not just with Brokerage Plus, but you have to go. I don't think you can go in at market. I want to say every broker, but I'm just waiting for somebody to say, nope, I'm using this broker and you can go in at market. But most brokers require you to go in at a limit price in the pre-market. So it's not a limitation on Brokerage Plus. That I don't know. I don't know if there's a minimum amount of share to buy. I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea. Well, I was going to take this one, but in all my explanations, I was just going to take this one, but I've held off. So looks like it's actually trying to pop up again. In fact, this looks like one of these ones you're going to get crosses down, crosses up. I'm going to wait and see. If it takes this out right here, I might take the short. And I'm talking about MDRX. Of course, you don't have to have an IB account. I mean, again, as I was trying to say, we're a scanner first and foremost. We happen to connect, to many brokerage platforms like Questrade, so that you don't have to. All the external linking does is it just saves you the step of having to type. You see a symbol in either the AI or any of our alert window. So instead of you having to see, I see MDRX, so you don't have to type it into your brokerage platform. Okay, does that make sense? Is that really, really clear? We're a scanner first and foremost. So for instance, I click on true. I see true. So when I click on it, when you establish your linking, it just appears in your broker's platform, in your order entry. Now, from within your broker's platform, you trade it. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea that you have to have an IB account to use Trade Ideas or the AI. The AI is just another, watch list as far as I'm concerned. It's just another watch list. You click on a symbol and it shows up in your charts. And again, if you've been able to establish the link, you just don't have to type the symbol in. All right. Now you can do other things, when you're practicing trading, or even if you have an IB account, you want to use this. So you can set up things like conditional buys and conditional at different areas. So let's just say, for argument's sake, let's take a look at a stock here. Say cars. So let's just say I wanted to put a conditional buy if it took out got back up to 960. Okay, so pick how many shares I want to go in at. I pick the price I want to go in at, 960. Put that in both. And click buy. So you'll notice right on the chart here, it says 960 right there, right on the chart, that blue line. So if the price, if it gets back up to 960, it'll take the trade. Okay, it'll take the trade. You can also do it the other way. You know, if you want to play a pullback, and you said, so I'll get rid of this. I'm going to show you how you can do it the same way on a pullback. So I'm going to get rid of the order. Okay, so it'll disappear. There, okay, it disappeared. So now I'm just going to do more on a pullback. So let's just say I wanted to take CAR if it got down to here, 905. So just type 905 in both areas. I'm not sure it's 100% necessary to do in both. I always do. Buy it, and you're going to see that it'll show up on the chart right here. Okay, so if it goes down to 905, it'll take 300 shares at 905. So you can set up conditional buy orders. Now you can put a, you know, I mean, once you're in the trade, then you know you put a stop, but you have to know what your stop is going to be. You know, so if you got in, you know, your plan would be to buy at 905. Where would your stop be? You know, that's up to you. I mean, I'm not asking the question. I mean, that would have to be up to you. It's all in the video. It's all in the video, Drora. Are you talking about trading your IB account? I mean, it talks about, you know, the ports you're supposed to use, like everything. I mean, it's a 27-minute long video, but I mean, but it covers everything. You know, what port you're supposed to use, you know, how to set up the one-click trading. All of that is all covered in the video. The reason I don't explain it, because I used to, you know, go into it in great detail, but that's all I would do all day long. And so when the video was created, you know, we force people to watch the video, but it's very, very comprehensive, I believe. Michael Noss, he's definitely our IB Brokerage Plus expert. He created it, and it goes over virtually every aspect that you have to know. Okay, guys. Well, during all that, I did end up taking this MDRX. I like this. This could be starting of a green bar ignored. What am I in at? Actually in at 1135, okay, on a short of MDRX. And if this turns into a green bar ignored, that'll be excellent. What has to happen, that red bar has to go below the price right there, the low of 1125. Boy, B is just getting crushed here. You can see the cross right up here. Wish I'd seen this right there. Look at that cross, 1898. Look at that cross, guys. It's just when I post an alert, Jimmy. That's the cash register sound. I post something up here in this area. You get a cash register sound. Look at that cross. So again, this is what we're talking about. Let me expand this just a little bit. You see how there's that orange line is the 8 EMA. The blue line is the 20 SMA. Now we had a cross up at the beginning, but look at this cross down. So when the 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that is considered a bearish signal. It could be setting up a short, which obviously in this particular case, 1896 down to 1820. Wow. And it works the other way too. You cross up, so if the 8 EMA crosses up above the 20 SMA, that can set up a long situation. Okay, well, TrueCar, didn't see this one in the pre-market. Really didn't do anything in the pre-market. It's a big float actually, though. $5 stock, 95 million in the float, so it's a pretty big float. Yeah, I may regret not taking the scalp on this one. We'll see. It's, as I say, it's a little bit, we had a cross up and then we had a cross down. So I guess actually we did not have a cross up. Sorry. Only the cross down there at 1142. Yeah, typically that's what it means, Amy. If you have $25,000 in your account, many brokerages will give you leverage. It depends on your brokerage platform, 3-to-1, 4-to-1. It really depends on your brokerage platform. But yeah, if you close out your positions by the end of the day, you're not charged interest. But please consult your broker. Well, that's what I mean, leverage. And different brokerages will have different ratios. I think most are at least 3-to-1. So again, that means in theory, if you had $25,000 in your account, you can buy $75,000 worth of stock intraday. But you got to consult your broker. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Things have slowed down a little bit for me here. Now, Alcoa has actually had a pretty nice recovery day. Big drop on earnings, but it's recovered. Had a dip there, but it's recovering. Keeps recovering. Okay, I'm all out of the MDRX, guys. I may look at it again, but basically flat on that. Just don't like. I'm gonna wait for a five. Can we make it a 5 minute cross? I'm just watching here. That might get a 5 minute cross, but well, early on, of course, it was short. With the market doing what it was doing, I didn't think, but it's rallied quite nicely, more than the market has rallied. I mean, I didn't read anything. I mean, I know it's an earnings release. I didn't read anything specifically. Just watched the way the market reacted. There's the market reaction after hours yesterday, and then this morning just getting clobbered. But that may have also been more to do with the overall market too. But I mean, it's recovered quite nicely. I I don't think it's going to go positive, but you never know. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, well, talk about a consolidation on that 5 minute chart. A little bit of volume sneaking in here. You can see that little volume bar right there. All right, flux. Okay, let's see. What's the low today? 1050. Now this made my watch list predominantly on a probably a long bias. I mean, look what was happening, but it did take out yesterday's low, so that's why it's showing up here. Are you talking about a paper order? Was this a misspelling paper for and put taper? If it's a taper, I have no idea. If you're talking paper, interesting name, Yamapoodle. Okay. Oh, a target order. Okay. Well, if I take a trade, take MDRX. Let's do this MDRX. So I'm just demonstrating it. Okay. So let's just say I take a couple hundred shares. I go in at the market. There's only a penny spread. There's MDRX. So I mean, if I want to put a target, so I'm looking maybe a target of whatever. I mean, whatever number you want to put. I mean, it should be based on something, of course, but you just add the target order. And so that if it hit, say 12, I'll just put 12. Maybe an area on the chart where there looks like there's resistance. So you would put the target just a little underneath that. And so it's can't see it on that monthly chart. You can see that there's a line. It's up here. So it's just a target, that you're maybe shooting for. And only you can determine what that target is. I mean, I don't really use target orders, but there are people that like to see if you put it on the chart, you can always move that line up and down. So does that make sense? If you leave it on the chart, yes. If you just leave it, if you just leave it and let it run automatically, if it hits your target, it'll take you out. Yes, exactly. Buy for the shorter. Yeah, it'll cover. Yes. Well, it doesn't figure it out automatically. You have to place it. I just want to make sure, it will not figure it out automatically. It'll take you out of the trade if you leave it on the chart. You have to place it though. Now, there's a way in which you can do things in this one-click trading, but again, you'd have to watch the video, trade, and you can set up. So I've set up some buying and shorting parameters here where you can put targets, automatic targets, and your stops, it'll be placed automatically. But you watch the video. Yes, I mean if you keep the target, if you put a target, it'll take you out of the trade automatically if it hits the target price. Yeah, I mean, and you're right. If you're shorting, obviously the target would be below where you're shorting because you're hoping the price goes down, stock goes down. Well, okay, let's just you just edit the trading strategy. Right click on so if you created a trading strategy, just edit it, and now you can edit it. Entry time, order details, risk management, hold time. You just go ahead and edit it. So if you created a strategy, just right click where it says edit trading strategy. Now you can edit all these different tabs. Now, all these different tabs are covered in the video. Okay? Ah, you got to create a strategy. Well, just the same here. I mean, edit trading strategy, entry time, end time. So if if you want to limit your strategy, you can start it at, don't take anything until 9:45 as an example, and you'd end at a certain. No, in pre-market, no. Again, because you have to go in at limit. Okay, so you can't use this for the auto. We'll call it auto because you cannot put it before 9:30. Well, this one's sort of interesting. Look at this SIBN. I mean, it's trying to come back, and maybe it might be interesting as a is it shortable? It is shortable for me anyway. It's getting close to yesterday's close. Interesting. SIBN. Okay, so actually, this is pretty good. They did an equity. They did a financing, a little over 3 million shares at $22. So here's another one that is, quite a bit above the financing price. Yeah, it's SIBN. Let's see if it gets close to, it might be a very interesting short. The closer it gets to that close of yesterday, it may just stall it. So man, the financing was done at $22 for SIBN. It's a low float, 21 million in the float. This one, NNDM. We saw this one yesterday. Look at the move it had yesterday. So it's almost above yesterday's high. In fact, it just is clearing yesterday's high. Looking left on that weekly chart, it still has room, maybe to the 480 level. Okay, give me about a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. He's right back. Okay, so let's take a look at NDM. I mean, obviously 4 is probably going to be tougher to get through. Ooh, look at the SPY. A good move for the SPY right here. I hadn't noticed that. A great 45 minutes of the SPY up. Now this was 12 minutes to close that candle, but that's a nice move. So we might get some good bounces now. Oh, JKS, I completely forgot about it. Did it finally not work? 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. All right, so 64.91. Well, it was a little choppy, but, I guess you could have made a little bit. I am sharing my screen. Yeah, make sure that, guys, the screen sharing is still on, right? I don't see that it's disappeared. Can I just, okay, good. So, Basha, if you can't see my screen, then maybe just do a refresh, okay? Just do a refresh. That's the refresh icon right there. Yeah, not a good day for the AI today. Definitely. I mean, I did not like that first alert. Too early. Yesterday, I just that CYCN short was excellent all day. Still good. Still a good short. My goodness. All right, guys. Not a lot of alerts for me right now. Take a look at OSUR. What are you doing? Yeah, it's on the watch list, but I mean, it was again a short bias. You can see what happened yesterday. It'll never trigger. Well, it would have to get to 1550 for it to trigger on the high side. However, doesn't mean you can't take a look at it. There's a cross right there. In fact, 1435. That's too bad. Didn't see it. And one right there at 1432. So there's the way the cross works on the upside. There's a 2-minute. 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA right there at 1432. Nice little run up to 1557 right now. Meanwhile, JMIA is again doing its intraday dance. Man, I've been watching this one just go. Wow, I mean, look at this one. SPI pre-market, boom. Market opens, bang. Look at this. And still up $2. Huge volume. Man, I didn't realize it only had an 8 million float. Not shortable for me. Maybe that's why I discounted it. Not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers. So if you're talking about my scanners, let's see. Okay, so one of the reasons why it wouldn't show up here more than likely, I'm not sure. I mean, there are all sorts of reasons. Possible that there's a filter in place that's preventing it. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, you have a Momo scanner. I mean, I can't tell you why. I have a count minimum here. It's possible the count didn't factor into it. I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to know. When you say the default settings, are you talking about the Momo scanner in the trader's vault? The one that came with the software, but where are you accessing it from? I don't know of a Momo scanner that comes with the software. Are you talking about? Are you talking about in here? Because one of the things is, I mean, it has to have a volume increase, even though it looked like maybe there could have been. There are filters in place. I mean, I could probably construct one that would find MTC. But I don't have an explanation. If you're talking about in here, the momentum, all right, guys. Actually, a little cross here for true on the way down, right at 516. I don't know about this market right now. I mean, we're getting this is really mixed. Look at that 15-minute chart now. I mean, this is getting really, really choppy. A little bit directionless right now. Well, I've got nothing coming in yet for a while now. Talking about alerts. Ooh, EFOI. Okay, 742. So what sort of resistance or support is there? Maybe yeah, maybe around. There's a low right there, 728. Boy, it could. I mean, what a day this had yesterday. Crazy day. I mean, had a, in my opinion, I shouldn't call it a bogus press release, but I guess I have. You know, a virus play, UV rays destroying the virus. So, I mean, that's what caused all the excitement. But look at the sell-off. I mean, it got up to what, 1169, and it closed down here, continuing down. I think it actually might have even closed. Yes, it even closed below the previous day's close. I mean, imagine that. I mean, and I think in the pre-market it was even up a lot higher. So, that was just a kind of a ridiculous press release. It got hammered down, continuing today. All right. Wow, it's a low float too. 2.6 million in the float. Well, guys, listen. If the market just keeps doing this, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I'm not saying there are none, but to find good trend trades. I'm not saying there are none. I'm just saying if the market keeps doing this chop, yeah, again, I'm not saying there are none. Yes. All right, guys. Well, this is a good time to take a break pretty soon. I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes or so. So, what I want to do is, I think it is Jamie today in the YouTube feed. Okay. It's Jamie. I think he's on Thursdays. So, if you want to head over to the YouTube feed at noon, to listen. Oops. Sorry, you don't have to click on that. You're in the YouTube feed. You don't have to do that. I do every now and then. I've got a lot of stuff that I'm doing in the pre-market, so it's not like I can just sit and watch watch the pre-market like I would if I didn't have other responsibilities that I'm doing in the pre-market. But I do trade the pre-market. I didn't do anything today, but I mean, it's not easy. It looks easy after the fact when you see something that just keeps ripping higher and higher. But wow, it just went positive. Cybone just went positive. I was saying, I wonder if it get blocked on that. This is a great reaction to its financing at 22. I would say that and I hate to use the word easier, but it is easier than it used to be because, if you go back a few years, trying to trade the pre-market was really, in my opinion, very difficult because, number one, you didn't have as much pre-market activity. But there are so many people now trading in the pre-market that you're getting decent volumes. All right. And in the old days, I mean, you wouldn't get the volumes and you could get trapped. You get horrible spreads. I mean, but you still have to be careful. But there is definitely more pre-market action than there ever used to be. So you've been talking about BEKE for a bit. Oh yeah, wow. I'm surprised. That's right. You do. Okay, guys, the market is trying to make a move here. I'm just thinking, just watching this SPY. You see that big topping tail, the previous 15-minute candle, but it looks like it is trying to make a move. Yeah, I'm just so used to your shorting just these little cheap ones. Oh, wow. I mean, this was an IPO too. So far, a really nice one. I better put my price alert back. 1082 for IPOC. One day, hey, listen, I may be completely wrong. I just can't believe though this guy, launched this a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and eventually he's not going to get to promote it. But I will wait. I'm trying to remember which one he is looking to merge with in this one. I'm trying to remember the company and what sector it's in. Anybody Anybody know offhand which in this IPOC which company he's looking to merge with? What sector it's in? Just can't see it here. Clover Health? No. And it actually is Clover Health goes public via IPOC SPAC. Yeah, so that's what, okay, so it is Clover Health, but it's expected to close in the first quarter of 2021. So, I mean, that's might be the main reason why it's really not doing too much. You guys wondering what I'm talking about? This is what I'm talking about. So that's why, I mean, it's really, really not. Oh, that's right. Clover Health is backed by Sequoia and Google Ventures, etc. So, I mean, it's just early, early, early. Wow, it definitely got some volume. WWR definitely got some volume. It's a 9 million float, and look at that volume coming into WWR. Now, this has been just beaten up. Look at this. I mean, just beaten up. Maybe a recovery day. Maybe. But that's not a great looking daily chart. Wow, look at these. Oh, it's a monthly. um, yeah, pretty good recovery. Almost $10 from the low. If you're asking me, Jimmy, I can't, I'm not an investment advisor. Okay. I can't say yes, no. All I can say though, there is a cross down on the 5 minute chart. So I mean that, if you believe in these crosses, that's signifying a potential short. So all right, just going to check to see who is on today. Pretty sure it's Jamie. I was referring to On NIO, I was referring to right there. You see, there's the 8 EMA on the 5 minute chart. See the orange line crossing below the 20 SMA, and that happened at 28.49. Look, I may chop around here, but I mean that signifies no. Now, had you seen it right there? Yeah, it was so far. It would have been an okay little short. Okay, so Toady, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. This is what I would do before you start. I would encourage you to take a look at this. These are the 20 short lessons. Now it says, yeah, 20 short lessons. So it goes over like how to create a top, what is a top list, how to create one, what is an alert window, how to create one, all the basic features of trade ideas, okay? And if you can see my screen, it would look like this. 20 lessons and 20, I mean, again, you can do it at your own, it will not take you 20 days, okay? I mean, they're very, very quick. They're not video, it's just text-based, but you know, all the basic features of trade ideas. That's how I would start. I think that's probably the easiest way to get going. Yeah, these SPACs are getting a little bit crazy because, you know, I mean, in the beginning, there was space. You know, I mean, it's whatever you think about it. I mean, it's certainly legitimate in that the money they've raised and I suppose what they're trying to do, etc. But you know what's going to start happening? These SPACs are going to go after all sorts of crazy companies. And they may already have started doing that. I don't know every single SPAC that's out there and who they're trying to merge with. But that's going to be the issue. I keep thinking this SIBN is going to start to fall some. Well, boy, it's just not fall somewhat. Maybe start to come back to. I mean, I don't think it's going to come back to the 22 offer or financing price, but boy, it's so strong. SIBN didn't raise a lot of money. It's only 3 million at 22. That's 66 million dollars. So I mean, it's a little bit of money that they've raised. Just made a new high. It hasn't started trading though, has it? No. Yeah, it could be interesting. There's a lot of shares, 45 million shares, so it might take a bit to move it, but it could be very interesting. I don't know how jobs snuck in here. I misspelled it. It should be job. So I'm not sure how that snuck in here in the watch list up. Hey, it may work. Because this is definitely way outside the price range I like to trade. So I think what happened is I accidentally put jobs instead of job. Well, there's definitely a way to scan for halts. We have our halts resumes, okay? And if you're talking about, what is that called? Yeah, so we have, I believe that only starts 5 minutes before the market closes though, okay? Okay, so if you just type well, you can just type in imbalance and you'll see what we've got. Number one, and then the other one, I mean, I'm sharing, I am sharing the halts resumes. All you have to do is find it. You know, just click on either the scans tab, and where is it? Right there, halts resume. Just click on the link and load it, or from the room drive icon. But then you can download all my links. One of them being the halts resumes. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Jamie is going to be in the YouTube feed pretty soon, so I'm just going to put my announcement in here. So Lenny, when you logged into the YouTube feed, you should have seen a bunch of links that look like this. Hopefully you can see my screen. You should have seen a lot of links that look like that. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? If not, I'm not sure why you wouldn't, but you can always come into I call it the main trading room. Okay, you can come into the main trading room, which is this, and then where it says room drive up here, click on that and scans that I share, download, and then you'll get that list. It'll go to a Word document. Okay. Meanwhile, LQDA is continuing down. Look at these 3 days of LQ. Imagine being 688 down to $3. All right, thank you, Jamie. I see you there. Okay, I'll stop my stream. Okay, guys, I'll be taking off till about 12:30. Meanwhile, LQDA is continuing down. Look at these 3 days of LQ. Imagine being 688 down to $3. All right, thank you, Jamie. I see you there. Okay, I'll stop my stream. Okay, guys, I'll be taking off till about 12.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. If someone would be so kind as to let me know if you can see and hear okay in the chat panel. I'm going to respawn my chat just to make sure it is caught up. Okay, test 1, 2. Thank you, Bill. I'm assuming that you can see and hear me. Wolfhound, Otto, thank you very much. Okay, good to go. Just going to mute this other screen over here real quick. All right. Hello, Lenny. Okay, just a reminder, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session every Monday through Friday. So a great place to ask questions. Hope everybody's having a nice, profitable day today. And while we're waiting for questions to come through, just kind of meandering around here on the SPY. A little bit off the bottom. Good news is on the intraday here, SPY's trying to reclaim the fast line here. Might get a little perky later in the day, but as far as volume goes, looks like everybody's taking a nap right now, on the lower time frames at least. Oof, hold on 1 second, guys. I have to keep my ears from being blown out here. All right, Wolf, I see your question there. Close a position from the chart on a trade I made from the chart. Okay, so I'm assuming you use the buy button up here. You're going to close it out. There there are probably numerous ways that you could accomplish this. Okay, I don't know if I have a sell. I know I have a buy programmed already. Give me a second here. And let's just try that out. Okay, so here in my Brokerage Plus, I do have a chart default long strategy, right? So if we go in here and take a peek, then these are the order details, how I want to get that order accomplished, right? So I'm just going to pull something up at random here. I'm going to say, okay, TEUM, we're going to buy it. We're going to come down here and I'm going to get this one to auto execute, so we'll have something to look at here. But we'll just put the buy right there. And I might have to bring it up. Okay, so that should have affected the position there in TEUM. Looks like I'm in 5,000 shares. Okay, but notice if I hit the sell button up here, it's probably not going to do anything. And that is because I don't have currently a strategy for my sell default on the chart. So if we wanted to initiate that, let's see here. Let's just go ahead and construct one. But notice I only have the option to select long and short here. Okay, so don't know if it's going to work the way we want it to, but let's just try it out here. We're going to say, all right, nice aggressive delta. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Forgot to name it, but that shouldn't really matter. And let's just see what happens here. Okay, so TEUM still on the blotter. Okay, that is on. It is set up as a short because that's the only option that we have here. Okay, let's try that one more time. Closing stop. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work like we want it to. Try it one more time here. Yep. Okay, so you bought it using a right click. That's what I was going to recommend, is if you bought it using the chart buttons up here, then we could right click out of it. But if you right clicked to buy, then you could set a stop. But you would have to put it in a position to where it would automatically trigger, right? So the fact that we can't select sell, okay, right from the trade instructions, is going to make using that sell button a little bit difficult, okay? Never really had that request before, but based on what I just went through, I don't think it's set up to act in that capacity. The chart buttons are mainly for, sketching out areas that you'd like to buy and sell from and having those limit orders out there and then easily being able to grab them and push them around on the chart. That was the original, concept for the design of those buttons. All right, over here to Toadie's question. Give me a second here. Okay, the question is, if you become a Trade Ideas subscriber, does that automatically entitle you to a one-on-one session? Nope. Back in the older days, we used to offer that, but we've just got so many users now that it's time prohibitive. We do offer these live support sessions every Monday through Friday. Also, a slew of instructional videos on our YouTube channel. One-on-one sessions are available, but they're right about $129 for an hour. And you can always sign up for the one-on-one sessions by going to the support area of the website. All right, I want to create a top list for stocks close to the swing exit line. Okay, well, in order for that to work as a filter, we'd have to have those values available as a filter. Okay, and the question is pertaining to the swing exits. If we look at the longer term chart here, no matter what we pull up, we're going to get a recommended swing exit. This one just happens to be right down to that swing exit. Of course, it's butting up against these areas of potential support right here. Tell you what, let me get my pen active here. But the only way you'd be able to archive that list at present is to manually compose the list, because there's no filter that we could use in that capacity. But these are all based around, I think, the 20-day range, right? So let's just do a little experiment here real quick. We'll get a top list up here, and we'll see if there's a correlation. I could be wrong here. Let's show the column. Okay, so TEUM is down here at the lower range. So let's just pop him in there as a single stock and see what the value is. Okay, notice where we are in the 20-day range. We're in the bottom 2%. Okay, so if we did the following, put this back on all symbols, then we said, okay, maximum 2% here. But we'd probably have to cap it at 0 if we wanted to kind of dial into those levels. So they'd be right at the lower end of that 20-day range. And let's just see here. All right, not a good example. Tell you what, we're going to have to put a little bit of volume in here. Otherwise, we're going to get way too many crazy things. Let's at least say 300,000. Man, look at all these little weird stocks that are coming through. Okay, there's the TEUM again, right there at the swing exit. Wow. Okay, well, we're going to have to do a little bit more filtering here. That's for certain. Let's see here. How about some relative volume? Okay, here's a good example. XFLS. Notice how it's right there at the swing exit. ARQT. Notice how it's right there at the swing exit. So basically what you'd want to do there, who was asking the well, we'll just call you Double N, since I don't know how to pronounce that name. But you see what I'm talking about here? You could always loosen this up a little bit. I've just got it between 0 and 2%. So in the bottom 2%, but you could adjust this to the bottom 5%, probably get a lot more hits. And then we can see the value here. So all the zeros should be right at it. There's another one, GWRE. Notice how it's right, just wicked right off the swing exit there. So that's a good idea, okay? But that's how you would do it, is keying off of the position in 20-day range there. Gain, okay. Gain. Thank you for that. Yeah, and circling back around to you, Wolfhound, that's the way you'd have to manage an exit on the chart, is move the line to where it does execute. You know, however, my opinion is it's, you know, if you have an open position, it's all a matter of preference, right? The charts are for putting in a level that you want to come to you, is the way I perceive it anyway. Of course, everybody's perception is a little bit different. But when it comes to exiting, I'm more of a fan of the manual style, or highlighting the position and assuming you don't mind going market, flatten, you know, if the spreads aren't too big and whatnot. Okay. Is there a buy and sell strategy that I can test on a specific stock? Is there any preset program indicator that offers a predictive moves? Well, let's address the second part of the question first. Are there any preset program indicators that offer predictive moves? Well, we could kind of lump that into just about everything that's pre-configured on Trade Ideas, whether it comes from a channel and is a productive alert window or top list, or whether it's the AI. The closest thing we're going to have to predictive is the AI, right? And the AI is using statistical probability, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to do the trick, right? It all depends on market conditions and lots of other things. Therein lies the whole thing about trading. We are predicting on every entry that we make. We're hoping the stock goes up or down, which they all do. They all do exactly that. They all go up, they all go down, but it all boils down to timing, right? So there is no, as we like to say in support, there is no magic money machine, all right? Trading is highly subjective, and the way I view things versus the way someone else might view things could be completely different. But really, it's all boils down to timing, market conditions, and the specific windows that you choose to focus on there. Now, as far as there a buy and sell strategy that you can test on a specific stock, it is possible to create single stock strategies, right? And the way we would go about that is, let's duplicate a window here. And we'll pop on in here and start it from scratch. And then we just go pop in the symbol that we want to test. Now, when I'm referring to test here, really the only way to do this is to use the back tester. So if we just popped in something, let's pop in a symbol that's been on everybody's radar as of late. But let's see here. So if I said, okay, every time NEO takes a 25% pullback from the high, from the open, would that be a good strategy to trade NEO? And the cool thing about single stock strategies is we don't really have to worry about filters unless there's a key metric in there like accelerated relative volume or something that we want to add to the equation. But then we would just go about the back test and see what happens. And of course, this is all just kind of secondary. Just want to see what's out there. Not using any risk management. Just want to see what happens if we buy this event every time. That is correct, Charles. If you want to close out a position from Brokerage Plus, let's just say, oh, okay, well, tell you what, we're going to go ahead and close out our big winner of AQN for $5.92. As soon as I click on it, hit flatten, then that position is now closed. Yeah, I really love the buttons over here. And once again, flatten is going to use a market order, so you'll always want to make sure that, hey, as long as you don't mind taking what's at the bid right now, that's what flatten's going to do for you. Okay, so we can see here if we just blindly bought NEO every time it took a 25% pullback from the open, not exactly something we'd want to just jump in there and do. What if we shorted it every time that happened? And not looking a whole lot better there, but definitely more green on the board. Still a fair amount of red. Now, if I need to go into any further detail on this, who asked the question about the single stock? Toady. Okay, so let me know if that kind of illuminates that process for you, Toady. Okay, Godson, what scans would I recommend for swing trading? Kind of a trick question there because really any signal or any symbol that's coming out of any windows I watch could potentially be a good swing trade candidate, right? So let's just pick some things at random here. Say I go through AAXN, click on it because it's coming through my turbo up family no resistance, which means it's hitting a new high, and it's hitting all-time highs. Okay, so here we are looking at the daily chart. We've had a nice period of upward movement here, and we just cracked this new high today. Now, as far as a swing trade candidate, sure, it's got momentum behind it, but man, look how much energy has been expended over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 days or so. It might be getting ready for a pullback, right? So, if something is a good candidate for a swing trade, it's typically all going to be based around how's it sizing up on the daily, right? NEO was the trade of the week produced by Mr. Steve Gomez that came out this past Monday. So you see, before yesterday and today, we were chopping around in this nice little consolidation area just above previous highs, right? So see, during this period, anytime, after this third day or so was put in, if NEO would have come through one of my alert windows and I saw this pattern forming here, just like Steve did, he's like, hey, this looks great for a swing trade because we've got this nice area of consolidation. The 10 period is in control. It's well above all of its major moving averages here. And so we're going to put the trade on here and, use the bottom of this region right here, or, depending on your risk tolerance, a very tight stop would have been right here, right? 10 period probably right in that same area. Or if you wanted to give it a little bit more risk, we could have focused on the 20 period, which is the darker red line here as our stop loss in case we were wrong. So, whether it's a good swing trade or not is all going to be indicative of the longer term time frames, daily, sometimes even weekly, and some people even prefer, monthly candles to get that big zoom out. So Godson, I hope that gives you a little bit of information there because, if you want to get even more specific, we even have a Swing Ideas channel, right? So if I click on the Swing Ideas channel here, you can see that all of these windows are curtailed around things that might actually be good swing trades. Of course, that doesn't mean that they're all going to look nice, but if we were trying to size them up, here I have the daily again. Just zoom out a little bit. Looks nice and tight here until we zoom out, and then we can see, okay, ebbing and flowing in this range here. Notice the swing exit. Notice how it came down there and just kissed and wicked back up. Okay, so on this day right here, let's say I was running a scan for daily dojis, and when this day closed, the next day I get the alert, hey, SPSB is hitting a new high, and I caught it right here, and I noticed the doji close, and I thought to myself, ooh, that's a good indicator. Sellers tried to take control, buyers came back in right at this crucial pivot level here where the swing exit could have easily taken along on this day and used that as my stop and enjoyed a nice little uptrend in the stock. Toadie's saying, I really like the All Trades plotter for the 3 Holly channels. How do you program that? All right, easy peasy on that. Let me circle back around here and just show you how to get there. Okay, so here's my All Trades plotter here. Let's say I don't have it. I need to add it, right? We can easily go over here to the TI toolbar, click on New, AI Holly Strategy Trades window, and then there we have it. And then we just park it and save the default layout, and that way you'll have all the AI trades from each different module that pop up in real time there. All right, Charles, how do I add those lines on the chart to correlate with the Brokerage Plus app? Okay, so if you're referring to these it depends on which lines on the chart you're talking about there, Charles. Okay, so here's a manual horizontal line that I added. Okay, are these lines right here? Are you talking about my moving averages? And how we can make these things correlate with Brokerage Plus. I'm not really, how do I add those lines on the chart to correlate with Brokerage Plus app? I'm not really sure I understand the concept there. And the reason I say that is because, I mean, each thing has its own functionality. Ah, okay, you're talking about these guys up here, using these, okay. So, for example, let's just pull up something and I'll use the buttons to initiate a buy if it gets to a certain level. Okay. What a nice little breakout on this stock here, coming through the high volume ticker window. Only doing relative volume of 61. But let's say if HGSH went back to this high, I want to go ahead and set up a buy for it. So I would hit the B button, come over here and drop my line. Okay. Now, there's that red line, so I'm kind of enveloping here, so I'm going to get rid of that guy. I don't know how that, yes, okay. So now, if this stock comes back up through this level here, it's going to auto execute. Okay, so we're at a $1.85 right now, but if I went ahead and said, you know what, actually it's at a $1.72. So if I want to go ahead and get an autofill, I would have to drag it down here to a $1.72, let it go, and then it adds the position to my blotter. So if we wanted to force the fill, we just drag it down like that, or if we want to wait for it to come to us, we would have left it up here. So once we set that order up, it is a live order and we can drag the lines around. So I'm thinking that's what you meant there, Charles. Just let me know if I need to go into any further detail. And Godson's asking, how do you use moving averages to determine swing trade candidates? Well, let's use NEO again. Okay, clearly when a stock is above all the moving averages, it's typically very strong. The moving averages are all way down here. Okay, so take note of the green line here, which is the 10-period moving average. Seems to have been in control on NEO for a very long time, but notice way back here we started getting some closes below the 10-period, which was acting as the force that kept it down. Then we reclaimed it and have been above it with, with the exception of this brief interlude of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days or so where we fell below it. But look who stepped up to catch it here, the 20-period. Okay, so it's a little bit different for everybody. As Steve likes to say, trading is subjective, and the way that each and every person uses the moving averages might vary a little bit. But I guess a generic answer is above the moving averages, strong. Okay, or we can use them to time certain buys. So if I just kind of scroll through some things randomly here. Okay, here's another example on this little high flyer for the day, clearly having a big day in comparison to how much this thing normally moves. But check it out back here. Okay, in this little area right here, we kind of had the moving average sandwich. It was just moving perfectly along. 20-period was acting as support, 10-period was acting as resistance. Okay, so anywhere back in these few days before today started, we could have taken a buy in this stock and said, okay, kind of where I have my little sloppy line drawn here. Okay, if it gets too crazy and really pushes through the 20-period, then this will be my stop area. But I'm buying it in hopes that the 10-period reclaims it and we get above it, in which case the trade would have worked. But we were using these moving averages to assess our risk and then hopefully predict the catalyst that would, act as a little springboard there. So not only did it reclaim its 10 period here, but it also reclaimed its 200 day as well. So hopefully, Godson, that was some good info for you there. Moving averages can act as support, resistance. And then we'll typically notice areas of support and resistance from a candle perspective in correlation with the moving averages. All right, so buying power issue coming in, Charles. How does it know if you have enough funds to purchase the positions? Well, in a real account, obviously, your broker-dealer knows how much money you got in there, knows how much buying power you have. And let's say you send an order from Brokerage Plus to your broker-dealer, which currently is only possible in Interactive Brokers right now. We hope to have Ameritrade live soon. But that's on the broker-dealer side. If you don't have enough money to execute the trade, you're going to get a rejection, and they're going to say, hey, you don't have enough funds in your account. Now, if you're referring to demo mode, our paper mode, well, we give everybody a nice little chunk of buying power, and until you deplete that, you shouldn't get any of those messages, right? So you should have plenty of buying power in paper mode. But when it comes to the real world, if you didn't have enough buying power in there, you just simply get rejected. Okay, Canucks asking, can the AI backtest the moving averages, or the moving average, I'm assuming is what MA is referencing here? Well, the AI is very specific in what it does. So this is the strategy panel that the AI came to the session with today. So after all of the backtesting and optimization of its core of strategies, all of these strategies met the minimum score on our proprietary scoring system. So if a strategy meets the minimum score, it gets to play the next day, or at least show up on the bench like these guys. If it didn't, it doesn't show up here. Now, all of these strategies are pre-configured. So there might be some moving average strategy filters in some of these strategies that are present for the day. So yes, the AI can incorporate any of the filters or any of the moving average filters into its strategies, but we have no way of knowing at present because we can't just dig in there and look at the filter complement. But yes, it can use the moving average filters in its optimization process each and every night. Okay, in one of the webinars, I saw a link to SMA tracker scans was shared. How can I get it as a subscriber? Okay, well, I don't, was it my webinar or Andy's or Steve's or maybe Dan and Brad? I can't remember. VWAP tracker, pre-market tracker. However, if you wanted to develop an SMA tracker, it wouldn't really be that difficult. So let's just modify this top list real quick. I got this one pointed to a custom list. So what we're going to do is put all symbols. Maybe apply a little filtering here. Okay. Now we'll just kind of readjust the columns here. Don't really need company name. But then we would pick our moving averages, right? So let's say maybe change from 50. We'll show that column. Change from 20. Show that column. So we could easily monitor proximity to any of these moving averages just by looking at the column. So if I resorted this one, if we wanted to find things that were right at the 20 period, we'd look for the zero values or the 0.1 or the minus 0.1, and then we'd notice these things are all going to be in very close proximity to their 20 period. Slightly above, slightly below, or right at it. So Godson, you just let me know if this is resonating with you, okay? Because once we install these moving average columns, now keep in mind we haven't addressed any minimum maximum settings, but we can always just resort and then zero in on the value, whether it be 0 or 0.1, or we could go in here and make very tight minimum maximum settings. So we could say, okay, in the 50 period, we want this, which would be very tight, telling us the price is no more than 1/100th of a percent above, no more than 1/100th of a percent below, or right at it. And that might be a little too tight. Let's do 1/10 of a percent versus 100. So then we know that everything is going to be hovering right at the 50-day. And then we could eyeball where it is in the 20. Or you could set min-max settings for both, if you were looking for that 20 period, 50 period cross. So let me know if that works, Godson, if you'd like me to drop the cloud link in here so you'd have a little template to work from. I could easily do that. And then you can go in there and fiddle with the settings and see, what feels best for you. So I'll just drop that in there real quick. And if I need to go into more detail on that, just let me know. And Toady, hey, no need to apologize for asking questions. That's why we're here. Okay, you're asking about my layout here? Tell you what, let me respawn it. Make sure I don't have a bunch of unneeded windows. Yeah, because I'm going to share my link with you, and I've got a bunch of extra windows kind of hiding in the periphery, so I don't want to send you a bunch of duplicates and junk. So let me make sure I'm cleaning things up here. Yeah, and apparently I've been double saving a lot of stuff here, so it's going to take a second. Boy, I didn't know I had so many. I'm glad I took a chance. I took a minute to look here because, boy, time for a little house cleaning. Chart. Okay, pack leaders. Almost there. Way too many price alerts. I must have had a pinned price alert window. Yeah, that's it. Get rid of you. Okay, I think we're getting there. That one needs to go. Channel bar. Okay. Okay, I think I've pared it down pretty good. And I'm going to move my single stock window over here. That way, if you just need easy access, you can click behind those guys and not have to go moving things around. So, okay, one more quick check here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now the layout just contains everything that you see right here. So we're going to save the layout. Oops, wrong one. Use the cloud link. We're going to click the entire layout button. Okay, here is the cloud link in case anybody wants to use this layout. All right, sorry there, fighting with my mute button. Okie dokie. Jamie, can you tell us which are your favorite scans? Well, I'm a simpleton, okay? Typically, I like to focus on stocks that have the potential for greater than normal moves. Now, that's why I got these little windows right here. And if we take a peek at some of the action today, it seems like every day, whether we have a slow market day, fast market day, there's always going to be some things taking nice rips, taking nice moves to the up and the downside. Of course, once again, it all boils down to timing. So when we're looking at stocks coming through these windows here, they're presenting some pretty good setups and some pretty good moves. Of course, anybody that attends the Monday webinars knows that I always like to showcase a lot of the opening range breaks. And the reason being is because the pattern is so simple. And we've got a nice little family of opening range break filters here. 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, all the way out to 60-minute opening range breaks. And these are great alerts, some of my favorite ones. But the bottom line is, once you get past 60 minutes, you got to find them manually. Okay, so the opening range breaks are very simple. That's why they're probably, if I had to say my favorite pattern, I would say that. Okay, because they can occur on multiple time frames. So notice once AVXL put in this little consolidation area here, and then it finally came over here, and it punched through it. Okay, with some volume nonetheless, I'm assuming. And then we're getting a nice little attempt at filling some of that gap. So if I took a trade here, I'd typically look at the high of the prior 15-minute candle, not the entry candle, but the high of the prior, and go, okay, if I took this short here, this is going to be my stop loss area up here, and hopefully we're going to get some movement through here, okay, which is currently happening. Is there volume in this stock today? Well, let's take a look. Oh, look, we're only doing relative volume of 35 times normal. Already kicked out almost 10 million shares when this little thing usually only trades about 630,000 shares on any given day over the past 3 months. So volume coupled with chart pattern. And of course, chart pattern can be one of many things. This is just a simple example here. So I like watching things hitting highs and lows for the day to see if, I can find one where the timing is accurate. If we were to look at the history today of this window, we're going to see it spitting out plenty of things. My charts are a little laggy. A nice little range break to the upside over here. Of course, if we're seeing it come through here, we're too late, right? We wanted to have caught it right as it was kicking through this level here, right? So, the way people go about it is different. Some people, primary directive is the chart pattern. They don't care what the volume is. Could be high, could be low. All they want to see is that chart pattern. Or we can say, you know what? I only want to see stocks doing high volume and then find the chart pattern. What is priority? It's going to vary different. It's going to be different for each and every person out there. Now these windows are the same, okay? This is the same thing that I'm looking for. The same pattern that I'm looking for on the intraday can present itself on the daily, just like what Neo did. This is what Steve was keying off of when he decided to make this the trade of the week. It had a beautiful little consolidation here, and same type of pattern. Of course, they took it up on the gap here, so you would have already had to have been long, anticipating that this break of this range was going to occur. So you can be predictive or you can be reactive, right? Being reactive takes a lot more being focused and being right there and being fast on the draw, so to speak. Whereas if we're just kind of predicting, and we can set our alert in anticipation of the event that we hope might happen. So those are just some of my favorite things. Not to get too cheesy with the is that the Sound of Music? Where that song came from? When the dog bites and the bee stings and all that. It's been a long time. SPI trying to break down here, but look, it's being stubborn. Little taste below, a little more sideways action. Looks like it's finally starting to get into the gap here. Oh no, another musical reference there. Circa early 1980s Thompson Twins. But check out the 10 period here on the 15. It's keeping it tapped down. That's always a good sign if you're hoping something goes down. Well, thank you very much, Toady. Yeah, SPI. What other stock looks like this on the daily? I think Kodak. But we got to go back a little ways. Kodak. SPI. Just earlier in the process. Kodak. What a run Kodak had. Yes, Holly is struggling a bit today. The question was, is Holly having a tough day? Brings up a good time to talk about what we're seeing over here on the channel bars. Neo down 96 bucks on one signal. Holly 2.0 up $2.82 on 3 signals, and 1.0 down 25 bucks on one signal. These values right here are assuming 100 shares per trade. Now, what you're seeing over here in my blotter, different different values. These values are all based on risking $100 per trade. That's why you can see the stop outs. Lost right at 100, slightly less than 100. But I'm risking 100 bucks on each and every trade, and then the system is sizing me accordingly. If that stop out does occur, this is how many shares you can be in to only lose 100 bucks if the stop out occurs. So all in all, these values are tied to the values that we see down here in this little pane where I can flip back and forth between aggressive, conservative, and moderate. But you can see here, no matter what mode, whether it's aggressive, conservative, or moderate, we're losing money today, or Holly's losing money today. 300 bucks. If I took every trade and risked 100 bucks, in moderate mode, I'm down approximately 300 bucks. Aggressive, down approximately 300 bucks. And conservative, only down approximately 250 bucks. Of course, that does not take into account slippage and commission levels or commission values as well. So yeah, Holly's having a losing day today. Just like any strategy or system or human, right? We're going to have our losing days. But the goal is to hopefully at the end of the month have more winning days than losing days. The question is, are discounts available when Holly's having a tough day? Boy, that'd be a great world, wouldn't it? If Holly's having a tough day. No, unfortunately. Okay, so what happens when Holly has a winning day? Okay, look at both sides of the coin there. So do you pay more when Holly's having a winning day? Two sides to every coin. All right, just taking a little time check here. Wow, we're already 50 minutes into it. Got about 10 minutes left in this support session before Barry comes on back and reclaims the steering wheel. And just started tracking some of the more recent IPOs. Question is Holly doing any swing trading? Well, Holly right now, her signals are all intraday, right? We've had a swing version of the AI in development for quite some time. It's just not ready for release yet. So hopefully in the future, we'll see maybe one of these modules replaced, or maybe just a fourth module added that will be focusing on swing trades. Having said that, one of our team members here, Sean McLaughlin, you can follow Sean on Twitter at Chicago Sean. What Sean does every day is he goes through every signal that Holly has produced, then he sizes it up on the daily and curates a list of what he thinks are good swing trade candidates here. So that's a good way to get curated swing trade candidates that were originally produced by the AI, but then the human, known as Sean, goes back and eyeballs the charts and goes, yeah, I like what's going on here. And, you know, I just pulled up FTV at random here, and here we are. Nice little gap a few days back. We're going sideways right down here. Notice what we're butting up against from way back here in the summer. This little area that is currently acting as support. So if this goes sideways for a few more days, might be worth taking a shot long, because we can have some clearly identifiable levels over here where if we're wrong, we could set our stop area. You know, if we're looking at the bottom of this congestion area or what might act as support here, clearly identifiable. Low risk. Well, it looks like low risk, but if we're at 67 right now, we're looking probably at a 2-point stop to try to stay in FTV for a potential bounce. All right, the question is, when you sign up, do you get a one-on-one session? Negative. We used to do that, but we've got so many clients and we've only got a limited support staff, so we don't give out complimentary training sessions anymore. But what we do provide is this daily live support session every Monday through Friday for an hour. Of course, when Barry's on the mic as well, yeah, you can go participate in the trading room. Barry is always happy to answer questions and, you know, show you how he uses the technology in his trading style. So that's also a great place to learn. In addition to that, if you go to YouTube and search for the Trade Ideas channel, you're going to see a ton of instructional and educational videos in there for just, you know, hey, this is trade ideas when you're beginning. This is how you get around. Matter of fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop TI University, which is a really great 4-part series, especially when you're brand new. Help get you over that learning curve sooner than later. Especially parts 1 and 2. And then after you do all that stuff, if you feel you need a one-on-one session, you can always sign up for a private one-on-one session. It used to be $99, and I think they just recently raised the price to around $129 for an hour. Thank you very much, Canuck. Glad to be of service. All right, got about 7 more minutes here. And there have been a lot of IPOs that you pull up and maybe they've had 5, 6, 10 days of existence and you're thinking to yourself, If it gets back up to the highs or gets back down to the lows, I might want to buy it or short it. But of course, a lot of the times we tend to forget things or we don't set a price alert. So what I've recently been doing is, since all of the IPOs have limited days here, I can't really compress my chart anymore. But I've been playing around with a feature that we have on our charting called the anchored VWAP, which allows us to set up a VWAP for the time period that we're interested in. Well, since most stocks go back many, many years, well, you could always anchor the VWAP to an extraordinary event like a big gap up or a big gap down. But an IPO with limited history, and we can see this is all the history for Pandion Therapeutics, we would just click on the anchor up here and then anchor it to the opening day. I don't know why it just put 2 on there. Hold on a second. Okay, try that one more time. Click. Okay, now the purple line showed up. That is the volume weighted average price for the stock's entire lifetime. Okay, and look how it was acting as an area of support all through here. But then what happened? We got a nasty day here, and then we got a close below it. Down move. Oh, let's go back up. Nope. Now it's acting as resistance, rejection, and then a move lower. Okay. So just a real simple way, if you are plotting through a list of IPO stocks and you're thinking to yourself, well, when's going to be a great time to try to either short or go long in this issue? This is a very simple way based on a limited history of price action for an IPO. All right, looks like Barry is back in the saddle and streaming. So Barry, if you're ready right now, I can go ahead and kick it back to you. Just give me thumbs up or thumbs down. I can go on for another 4 minutes here, or if you're ready, just let me know. All right, let's just go through a couple of more of these real quick here. Try to find one with not so much history.
60. See, I don't have that there. I mean, it's a very minor cross then. And we have pre-market data, which I love. We're gonna dig real for a while, just because it seems to show the cross earlier, and they still seem to kind of work. So anyway, guys, it is now almost 1 o'clock, so I'll be doing my video pretty soon. And today is Thursday, so today is a marketing session day at 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's been a very choppy day with the SPY. I mean, look, let me just bring it up a little bit bigger chart here, but I mean, it's been a very, look how choppy this is. It really, we haven't seen a day, I can't remember the last time we saw a day like this. I mean, up, but bottoming tails, topping tails, chop, up now. Maybe this one, is going to, it's a pretty, it's getting, getting bigger and bigger, this candle, no question. I mean, if it takes all this out. But will it stop and turn around and move down? I mean, we just don't know. I am back. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, I will, just a couple minutes, 5 minutes or so, I'll probably do my video. So welcome back to those of you listening to me now in YouTube. All right, so what is NNDM doing? So, okay, so it just, let's see how, if it can hold 4. What's the new symbol? Is there a symbol already chosen for the, so FMCI is, well, is it still trading? If it's still trading, then there's no symbol yet. So it's still trading today, so definitely be a new symbol. Yeah, Emmanuel. It's exactly the same. Well, it depends on I guess, your computer. I don't think there's any delay whatsoever in this trading room. You might have a little delay, not purposely, on the in the YouTube feed, though I haven't had anybody say anything. But it's the same thing. It's just that here, there's no reason for you to go into YouTube. Here, there's just more active traders, and also I can share links a lot more easily. YouTube is great if you just want to listen to me and see my screen and don't want to have a lot of interaction. TTCF, okay. Thank you. All right, guys, I will now do my video. So before I do that, just get my homepage link in here. So Jethro, it depends on what you mean by that. If you're talking about using this Brokerage Plus to trade, no. But, again, I always have to say this. Trade Ideas is a scanner, okay, first and foremost. So you can use any brokerage platform you want to trade. But if you're talking about using this Brokerage Plus module to trade your TD Ameritrade account, no. But first and foremost, it's a scanner, and I know that we can connect using our external linking tool to TD Ameritrade and many other brokerages. Again, connecting only meaning that when you click on an alert, it just loads into your platform. That's all. Then you trade from within your platform. All right, so I just want to, if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day, just click on my homepage link and right where it says watch the daily market recap video, right there. And when I finish, usually I finish around 1:20, and usually the email goes out about an hour later. Okay, just get this in here. Okay, guys, so we'll see you probably before 1:25, but yeah, Emmanuel, yes, we link to Disnat and Questrade very easily, okay? So I'm going to do my video now, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm going to continue to watch this NNDM just in case it gets some more volume. It pops right through here. It does have that room. Looking left, and it's had a nice nice run, 3 week run from $1.50 to 4. So I'm just going to stick an alert right about here, 408. See if I can get back up in that level. I know there is a little cross down here, so you want to take a short now? Problem I have with that is that it looks like there's decent support right around 380. So I mean it's a strong stock that is just drifting down a little bit. There's the cross right there, but I look at this and I think there's some support right around 380. So I don't know if there's really going to have a big drop. I may be wrong. I mean, it may just crash right through that little support area. Yeah, because it's all, look at that. I mean, 300,000 right there, probably 100,000 right here. So yeah, talking about the EZPW. Okay, you can try I mean, I don't know if there's such a thing as the best way, but you can try looking at this one that I've got here called the trend reversal up. Okay, trend reversal up. You can take a look at this, load that link, take a look at the alerts you're getting. Okay, I don't know if that's the best way. But somebody piped in earlier and said they thought that was a very good one. They're using it for that. So trend reversal up. Trend reversal up. So these are stocks that are going to be, kind of near the bottom, and they're going to be reversing somewhat. So the trick is when you click on an alert, then check your higher time frames, daily, weekly, monthly. Check to see how much room they have. When I say, what I mean by room, I mean, is there, I mean, I look at this, I don't like this one at all, and this is not one of them. But I've been talking about JMIA as an example. So when you look left on this one, and again, I'm not saying take this trade now, but if you saw a chart that looked like this and it was, on a day that it was maybe, trending higher, and you look left, look at all the room this has that it could potentially run to, as an example. I mean, I've got it sorted already, so probably, I mean, you can sort any way you want, but I think I've got it sorted on the position in today's range. I think. Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can do with that, let's see, what was it doing? Consolidating, yeah, all this to consolidation. So you would have had to seen it yesterday, of course. But if we do have the consolidation scan. So as a top list or as a filter. So I mean, if you did something like this, You might get a lot of ones that aren't going to do anything, but that's the whole thing. But consolidation, so days of consolidation, and it's going to. So you could say, okay, show me stocks that have been consolidating for whatever 5, 6, 7, 8 days, whatever that number is. Put that filter in, and then today you see what'll happen. It's looking back to see consolidation, and so then today you can use your normal filters, minimum volume, whatever price range you want, and maybe a new high of the day. And then you're going to see, will you see things that look exactly like this? No, probably not. But you could have. But a lot of them, maybe just a small little pop at a consolidation. Nothing is going to show you, that this is going to happen, of course. But you can try this, the consolidation, and pick a number of days and just see what it brings up. Real. I remember when you would look at a stock under $10 or even 20. It's late years ago. Well, the best thing you can do is, if you're ever wondering what it means, just do a search, type in consolidation, and then click on it, and then click on help, and it'll tell you exactly. Okay? Well, there are filters in place that are preventing it, obviously, from being in there. I mean, I can't tell you what filters. First of all, it's not. I think there has to be at a 5-day high, something like that. So right now, JMI is not. So it's a filter that's blocking it. As an example. But I can almost guarantee that when it was doing this, it probably would have showed up on that scan. No, I'm not in it. This is just, as a test. I just wanted to show people how you can use the simulator to have swing trades. So if you don't get out of your position. So I took this one, and with the stop is down here at what, 10 something, 10.50 or so, and we'll just see what happens. But I'm not a big swing trader, so yeah, you can't hide, real. You know what you were. What a great IPO. What was it, 22? Great IPO. Let's see if it'll be supported tomorrow. And I'm talking about ARI. Wasn't there another stock that was called ARI before, or was it Array? There was another one that had the same symbols. I'm liking this NNDM. Maybe if it gets up to 410 or something, leaves this 4 behind. Again, look at the room it's got It wants to keep moving. I mean, it's had a tremendous, I said, tremendous 3 weeks. Did it really? So it recovered completely and utterly. Yeah, wow. Amazing stock. Oh yeah, wow, nice pop here for BHC. Not showing up for me here because that relative volume is so low, but it is, yeah, nice pop. Now, will it hold? And it is shortable. Yes, it is shortable. Looking left, the next high looking left is 1731. But a big move, yes. Abu Dhabi Wealth Fund set to purchase Bausch Health Co. That just hit at 120. Well, it might have been earlier, but I'm seeing here in 126. So that kind of corresponds to that move right there. Abu Dhabi. I think they've got some money. Here's your news right there. That just kind of hit. I'm not sure when it actually hit. I mean, I'm just looking at my IB, Interactive Brokers News headlines. It hit there at 127, which really corresponds. I mean, that's 125. So I mean, it basically corresponds to it. Okay, NNDM is creeping up again. We have some bottoming tails also. Stick an alert around 1725. See if it takes this out. See, as this news gets digested. You have Interactive Brokers, don't you, William? Oh, you don't have it. Oh, I thought you had IB also. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you had IB also. alert set up here around 414 for NNDM. See if it takes that out. Yeah, I wouldn't call what we have here is a, you know, I'm not going to see too many late breaking stuff. Forgot to put that here. Okay. What's AFI doing? You know, this EZPW is not a low float either. 50 million in the float, so it's not a super low floater. Looking right there, 522. There are a couple of highs right there at 522, 2 and 3 days ago. And it could really stall right there. Jimmy. It's just a trade, Jimmy. I'm not in it, okay? And who's they? All right, BHC. Well, check that out briefly. Let's see if we can really get going on that news. Just waiting on BHC. See if it really starts to get going here. Need the volume, more volume coming in. All right, well, I have my alert set up here. Let's see if it takes it out later. May not. We got some topping tails now, so. So again, you know, listen, you know, I think what you're doing is you're looking at something in here new. Somebody says it's overweight. Great. All I'm looking at is this. Okay. If it started to base here for a little bit, and then all of a sudden we get some volume and it pops right through, could give us a trade. That's all. I mean, that's all. Okay. It's like this morning we had two analysts upgrading cars. Did it work? Apparently not. So, you know, these are just opinions. Could it work tomorrow? Maybe. Now, you know, here, remember now, I mean, this is the headline, is said to pursue. Said to pursue. So, I mean, this is not 100%. This does not say, you know, Abu Dhabi Wealth Fund has bought. All right, so let's be clear on that also. And, you know, look at it come down now. I mean, your company could easily come out and say there's no truth to the rumor or something. I mean, So that's why, excuse me, you got to be so careful when you look at the news. No, 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 no. I don't hold anything, hardly hold anything, Jimmy. These are all intraday trades mainly. Okay, I'm continuing to watch NNDM. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So this NNDM is getting a little frisky here. Well, especially a news trade like that, when it it's said to, unless it's completely 100% verified, you run the risk of a company come out and saying, hey, that's not true, or it's premature. So many different things they can come out and say. Guys, I think this ECPW is really going to struggle to get any higher than this 522. I mean, it may touch it a couple of times, but I don't know. It doesn't just looks like it wants to fall. But there's, all most of that volume is real. It's pointing out. I mean, it's here, a couple of candles right there, or a couple of bars right there. So. Okay, Jimmy, first of all, that would be a little bit personal. Number two, I'm in Canada, okay, so I don't have a 401k. Okay, so. All right, guys, let's see. Wow, that's DraftKings sure has taken a header since up here. So they did a financing, right? Around, I can't remember what the price was, the financing, but this is, excuse me, this is now more than just financing. The University of Waterloo, a good computer university. At least it used to be. Yeah, so, okay, Jimmy, I mean, we are not financial investors here or advisors at Trade Ideas, okay? So there's no way we're going to give you advice about what you should do with your 401k or any sort of savings plan you have. I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, that's just the reality. Yeah, I agree. Well, I wasn't looking at anything else other than those tops. Those tops right here on that daily chart. Oh, am I looking at the wrong chart? No, no, here's the daily chart. I'm losing my mind there. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, 522. I mean, it hit it twice. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Slowing down applications. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I have a lot of things going on at once. I've got a YouTube stream going. I've got, of course, my brokerage platform going. I've got the trading room going. So I've got I got a lot of feeds going at the same time. And I haven't noticed anything. We do most of the heavy lifting. Okay, so you should check to see what the MS is. I mean, anything less than 100 is good, is okay. Yeah, no, yeah, because we do most of the heavy lifting on our end. Yeah, when you click on an alert, yeah, it's based on the current price. Now, and the stop loss, so it'll be immediately, you'll see it on the chart. There it is. There's a smart stop down here. I mean, you don't have to follow it, of course, but I mean, there is a smart stop right there. The profit target is just double the difference between the alert price and the smart stop. So if you subtracted that, what is that? I don't know, 25 cents or something. So the target would be 50 cents. So when you click on an alert, a real-time alert, yes, it's just a I don't even know what I don't even know if I should call it a recommendation, but I mean it is there. See, the problem is a lot of them are 25 cents away. It's depending on the price of the stock. Yeah, every time, yes, the current price, yes. Well, the charts update every 10 seconds, but I mean, the whole idea, I mean, you're looking at it, I mean, when you click on an alert, but this is not a real-time alert. You see, that's not a real-time alert. So it has to be a real-time alert that's going to give you the real-time suggestions. Okay, now you act on it if you want. Well, really, it'd be interesting. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at the volume that just coming into EZPW right up again. In fact, it briefly just took it out by a penny. These two highs right there. Briefly. Now we'll see. I mean, we're almost right to the penny. I got a penny above those two candles on the daily. Just not, I don't like the volume. I mean, it may collapse, but I just don't really like the volume. Most of it is just in a few candles, and that's it. So unless you get a big volume burst on the way down, I don't know. Don't know how dynamic it'll be. All right, guys. So in a little bit, I'll be in this marketing meeting. You guys are talking about BSX. How did BHC finally end up? Yeah, I mean, look at this. Wow. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, if they come out and say it is a for sure thing, yeah, maybe, but I mean, I doubt that's going to happen today. Well, it's here. My watch list up right here. Okay, first of all, Nelson, if it is your first day with Trade Ideas, I'll deflect your question just a little bit. I really think you should be taking a look at these lessons. Just some of the basics, how to create a top list, an alert window, things like that. They're very short lessons. It's all text based. Okay, number one. Now, we don't set. I mean, the only thing that sets recommended buy and sell is in the AI. Okay. Now, if you create an alert window and you click on an alert, yes, there'll be something on the chart that would, set a stop. You don't have to follow it, of course, but it has to be a real time. So, what time is it right now? 1:53. Okay, so there's Craig as an example. So what the suggestion is, again, it's just a suggestion. If you got into this trade right here at 433, you see that little dotted line down here? It's at 408. It's 25 cents away. That's the problem I got with a lot of these smart stops. It depends on the price of the security. The cheaper ones, I think you're never going to see less than 25 cents away. The more expensive ones you will see different, but so, I mean, do you think, I don't use it. I'll be flat out say I don't use it. Okay, but I mean, it is there if you do want to use that as a guide. And then the sell, again, I hate to call it the recommended sell, but I mean, because all it is, in all these cases where the stop is 25 cents away, it's 50 cents. It's just double the stop. Yeah, the only thing that is the AI has a little more science behind it in terms of the stops and things like that, and with the you get a real time entry and then you have a stop, etc. Everything else that you do, you set up your own alerts. And by the way, I'm sharing. You might want to take a look at this. If you click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. And you can click on the download link and then it'll go to a Word document. I think I've named the scans so they kind of make sense. So you might see something, yeah, I'd like to see what that looks like. So if you do that, if you do it like this, I probably recommend you do it like this because then you can take a look at all the scans more or less at your leisure. And then you see something you like, all you do is you just copy the link. It'll be in a Word document. You copy the link and then File, load from cloud. Okay, from the toolbar, file, load from cloud, and you will see it here. You'll see that link right there, and then you just load it. Then you can take a look at it. Say, I'm sharing a lot of scans. What you see, darn it. Okay, just a second. Just give me a second, please. Just kind of because of what happened, I lost all my. Wouldn't lose them. They just minimized all my windows. Minimized, so I just have to bring them all back. Yeah, the leaf blowers are coming, guys. They're coming for us. All right, guys. So I will be in this marketing meeting that starts at 2 o'clock. So I'm just going to put that announcement in. All right, guys. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. Boo. Okay, guys, I'm back. Long meeting, long meeting. And we're just going to wrap up the room. So I'll be shutting it down at 3. So are there any questions before I do shut down the room? Oh yeah, okay, I'll just get rid of that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So let's just take a look at what the SPY is doing. So the SPY is just kind of settled down now a little. Well, I don't know, maybe a couple of red bars. Been a choppy day though, very choppy day. They went up. LYL. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. When you shorted, how many were available? Thoughts on AKBA? Let's take a look. Well, I mean, yeah, I remember this one. I mean, this got just hammered down here. I mean, listen, I mean, it's come off the lows pretty well, 233, 364. I don't know what the catalyst is exactly why it's moving. If I don't know, has it had some news, or is it just traders looking to try to pick a bottom and it's inching its way up? Man, I don't know enough about this stock to comment like that. Let's see. I'm just looking at some news here. I don't see any specific news. I mean, presents global phase 3, etc., etc. I mean, I don't look at news like that and say, oh, okay, it's going to be great news, therefore it's going to go up. So yeah, so it could just be one of the. I mean, it's just inching up. I mean, these are very narrow candles, pretty narrow. A couple days ago, pretty wide. I mean, it's got a ton of room. I mean, what can you say? It's got a ton of room if it wants to really keep moving. But if there's no major catalyst, what is going to keep it going other than people just looking for trend reversals? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting though. I mean, what's the volume today? Yeah, you see, the other thing is it's a massive float, $138 million or 138 million shares. For a $3 stock is huge. I mean, that's so, it'll take a major catalyst to get it really running. I mean, there's the relative volume is 0.64. So I mean, it's not trading even what we call normally. Wow, it's Thursday already. Hey, tomorrow is Friday. How about that? Pretty quick week. Man, what an IPO, guys. What an IPO. It's going to be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. I mean, this is a sensational IPO. I mean, $22. And the fact that it had, I think, 45 million shares. I don't know what the float is. I don't know what the correlation between, maybe somebody can help me if they understand that a little bit better than I do. So when you look at, so it's 47.5 million shares. So this is what I'm talking about, 47.5 million shares. Now, I'm assuming that's not all on the float. But I mean, look at that, spectacular. $22, 34 now. And again, who's behind it? We have the major players behind it. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Guggenheim, and Morgan Stanley. And the co-managers, I mean, we've got, Credit Suisse, Barclays, UB. I mean, this is a big IPO. No idea what they do. Ground mounting systems used, isn't that funny? Oh, an array, a solar array, hence the name Array. Okay. Well, solar is hot, guys. And this is not a political comment, but I mean, it looks as if, if Biden does win, then, there's going to be a lot more solar action. I mean, I think that is why a lot of these solar plays have been so good, not just this one, but fun intended. uh, well, I mean, you got what, 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks? 2 weeks on Tuesday, right? That's when your election is. Remember, I'm a Canadian, but I might pay attention to what's happening. But until then, I mean, it's all to do with stimulus right now, and just like I mentioned, I mean, if Democrats get in, I guess there'll be maybe a little more of a push in solar and green, etc. And this is not a political statement, okay? Whether you agree with it or not, I mean, that's just reality. No, it's an IPO. I think I seem to remember a symbol though, Ari, way back. But this is definitely an IPO today. Yeah, cars did come back. What a miserable. That is pretty miserable. Now we'll have to see tomorrow. Maybe this has to just get a little bit digested. The upgrades, the guidance, etc. Maybe tomorrow's the day that it'll actually perform. I mean, this is, print this chart out, guys, and you see a chart like this and you run. Okay, I mean, this is just an awful, awful chart. And if you're wondering why I'm saying that, I mean, look how choppy it is. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, at one point the buyers had it up there, the sellers knocked it down. At one point the sellers had it here, the buyers knocked that up. I mean, it's just all over the place. And that's on a 15-minute chart. I mean, typically, you might see some action like that. In fact, it even looks better on a 5 right here. But usually you're looking at higher time frames, and it tends to smooth things out a little bit. Yeah, so TAN is the solar ETF. I'm not sure it's been just rocketing. I mean, look at this. Look at this. I mean, man, problem I've always had with this. Actually, it is starting to trade a lot more. I mean, I'm going to assume it's been trading. When I first used to see this, I mean, it would hardly trade a couple 100,000 shares a day, it seemed, and that was it. Now, obviously, that's a few months ago or even years ago. But what a move for TAN. That's the solar ETF. Yeah, I still have it. Yeah, you're right. October 15th. What are we? The 15th? Yeah. Yeah, no, I see that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at TAN for gosh sakes. Okay. Um, No, for me it stops. It starts right here. I'm looking at I'm looking at an intraday chart, but there's nothing previous that I see anyway. But I'll put a 1 day just for fun. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, as I say, I think it was trading. I'm sure I used to see that as a. I'm sure I used to see that stock symbol. All right, guys, are there any other questions? If not, I think I'll just wrap this up. Apache, well, how do you feel about the energy sector? No, okay. I mean, my opinion only, obviously, but I mean, to me, it has to get through this, right there around 10:30 or so. I mean, there's a couple of days in that area, and so I mean, if you took it right now, I mean, you could get easily stalled in this area. If it pops through, then yeah, then you've got something. Where are you going to put your stop if you're swinging it? Look at cars now. It's insane. It's insane what happened. Why? Why? It's so. I mean, this could be tomorrow's play, especially if it takes out 10. Look left. It's got some room. What do I think of NNDM? Well, I mean, I kind of like it. I think it's been basing nicely over 4. Okay, I mean, it's been chopping around. I think if it got back up into the 420s, I mean, it still has some room. You look left on that weekly chart, still has some room to 5. So, okay, so that must have been it. So there was another stock symbol called ARRY. So completed the acquisition. So it stopped trading then as ARRY, and now I guess they liked the name so much because arrays. So I guess they liked it so much they adopted the name for the IPO. Completely different companies, of course. All right, guys, I think that's it. Unless I see any other questions. I cannot. I cannot make a recommendation on a good swing. Okay, I mean, I just can't do that. You have to make up your own mind. I mean, all I've done is I've pointed out the fact that it has some room. Up to about that 5 level. What it does tomorrow, I really don't know. Are you talking about NNDM or are you talking about cars? Yeah, I mean, I like it. I mean, as long as it keeps over 4. It's starting to drift down a little bit here, but what do I think of Candy? Well, Candy had a huge day yesterday, along with all the other automotive plays. I don't know what to say. I mean, it sold off. It sold off yesterday. Sort of stuck in limbo right now. I mean, it's not as big as the Nios, and I don't think it has the pump behind it like those do. But no disputing the fact that, well, about 3 months ago, it got all the way up here to $17. So could happen again, I guess. Well, EVs are up, Mojo. I mean, just electric vehicles. I mean, they're the rage now. So that's And JP Morgan put a massive big buy recommendation on NIO yesterday, which helped propel them all. Long term, I mean, they're always talking, well, they'll talk long term. Well, it looks like, I mean, I'm assuming if Pfizer bought them, it must have been a pharma. I'm assuming. All right, guys, I think that is it. Wow, it's 3:02. You got me a bonus 2 minutes. All right, everybody. So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we will see you then. Bye-bye.